Oh, testing, testing, testing. Oh crap. I can't tell if this is working. Ah, no one's here anyway. Talking to myself. Alright, let's see what we got going on. Freaking ugly ass bug on the loose. Freaking hate the bugs here. Check, 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 check. Oh god, that's loud. Okay. That's fine. Ow. Where is... Oh, why do I have two of them open? Oh, okay, that works. Let's see. Am I almost ready? I'm almost ready. What was that? Boop. Ooh. Two viewers. One's me. The other's me. Hi, me. How are you doing, me? I'm doing great, me. But not really, me. Hang in there, me. It'll get better. Thanks, me. Oh, I'm just gonna jump right into game. Oh, how do I pin a message? I need to learn how. What did I do? It. Okay, that's better. Now, who's in here? Why do I have 3 people? This is not normal. That's one above average. Who is it? I'm gonna come in here and not say hi. Oh, apparently no one. Hmm. Oh, back down to 2 again. There we go. That's normal. Question is how to pin a message. Never pinned a message. Maybe I can't do it here. Oh, skip the video.
film out that tracks the horrors and the heroics of doctors who went to Gaza, American doctors who went to Gaza. We've spoken to a number of them here on the show, and the film takes you into the day to day life and what they were facing as Israel committed genocide in the Gaza Strip. Joining us now to talk about that film is the film's director, Posi Tang, and also one of those doctors, Thayer Ahmad. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course. So, Griffin, if you want to go ahead and play people the trailer here so they can get a sense of what this film is all about.
I want to take you through what Gaza looks like when the hospital's totally overwhelmed. You're getting waves of patients. Who do you prioritize? What do you have to treat them? Got no pain medicine to give the people whose legs have been blown off.
3 surgeons all working on one little girl for what, 2.5 hours? And she's probably going to lose her right leg, and the left arm.
If she's starting to wake up, let's get her warm. As a Jewish physician, I knew nothing about Gaza. Like most Americans, I thought everybody out here were nothing but terrorists because that's what I was told.
I'm not Israeli, I'm not Palestinian, I'm not Christian, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jewish. I don't really have any connection to it. But as an American, I just don't want my government involved in crimes.
I'm a Palestinian. I'm not a spokesperson. I'm a human being. I'm a U.S. doctor who wants to see babies like my babies not be killed anymore.
What surprised me most was how the carnage was focused on journalists, healthcare workers, and children. This bomb. Where was that?
That bomb hit the building.
There was a 15-year-old kid ready for discharge that was incinerated.
And if I had gone down and been changing that kid's dressing, there would have been 3 bodies, and I would have been one of them.
When they hit a hospital, that's a deep tragedy that people will feel in the community for the foreseeable future. We're just asking that hospitals not be targeted. Why that conversation is derailed in the United States is beyond me.
We do not have to accept that as Americans. The United States could stop sending jet fuel, bombs, all sorts of weapons. This is a political problem. We need a political solution.
We're a good pair. You talk intelligently and I talk emotionally.
It's on us to make sure that their stories are told. I couldn't go to Palestine.
I got rejected. And then I come back to the United States and get detained by the Department of Homeland Security.
This is what my tax dollars did. What your tax dollars did. What my neighbor's tax dollars did. They have the right to know the truth. Thoreau's the right one to listen to. He is about fairness, and he is about doing the right thing.
You know we're not dating, right? You don't have to talk me up this much. I just met her 5 minutes ago. Yeah.
Extraordinary. Poe, let me go ahead and start with you. What made you want to tell this story in particular?
Long before I became a documentary producer, I was a journalist. And I worked for all the mainstream entities. I was a journalist for the New York Times. At my first job, I was a camera person for the Associated Press. I was a documentary commissioner for Al Jazeera English. I was a studio executive for ABC News Studios Disney. And so, a year into the genocide and seeing colleagues that I respected, Al Jazeera colleagues in Gaza being targeted and executed, it did something to me. And that's when I realized I didn't want to work anymore as a studio executive, and I wanted to do something, to try and help do something. But what I didn't know until I found Dr. Thayer Ahmad, Dr. Mark Perlmutter, and Dr. Feroz Sidwa.
And Doctor, tell us a little bit of your story. You're born and raised Chicago. Your parents moved from Palestine in the 80s. Tell us a little bit about your journey and then what made you want to decide to go to Gaza in particular.
I think a lot of who I am is similar to many of the stories of Palestinians in the diaspora. During the first Intifada, my parents decided to come to the United States. And being born and raised in the United States gave us a different perspective, a sort of different idea of what it meant to be Palestinian, because we saw so much of the dehumanization that was taking place outside of Palestine in the Western world, in the US and in the UK. And so for much of my life, it was always about try to keep your head down, try to be as successful and as professional as you can, and then try to use whatever skills you develop and bring it back to the homeland, bring it back to your people, and be able to try to have some influence in that way. And so, I think part of becoming a physician had a lot to do with my father when he was 9 years old in Palestine, in Jerusalem, developing what we call rheumatic heart disease, which is a complication from like a strep throat infection, and him not having the access that he should have had, the right to health that we think every single person on the planet should be entitled to. And as a result of that, he had medical problems for his entire life and ultimately died in 2017. I think a lot of that, growing up in that mindset, understanding that an occupation and apartheid prevented him from getting the medical care that he needed, really pushed me to become a doctor and try to serve my community.
So hospitals obviously became a central propaganda battle, and we were hearing in the corporate press constantly about what was actually happening in hospitals, and both of you have unique insight, having seen in real life the reality of what was happening at the hospitals, and then also looked at the media coverage, referring to the hospitals as basically de facto military bases, and that there were tunnels under them in some cases. And there was an enormous amount of propaganda being spread about hospitals. And this is a question for both of you, and I don't know who wants to take it first, but just about the experience of seeing reports versus seeing the reality.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is something that is not unique to after October 7th. If you really look back and see what's taken place in Palestine, hospitals, clinics, healthcare workers have constantly been targeted and attacked. And it's always some false premise. It's always about getting a target or some infrastructure that exists beneath this. As somebody that's been through all parts of Palestine since 2009, I can tell you from my own lived experience, eyewitness testimony, and those of all of my colleagues that have visited, we've not seen a single shred of evidence to suggest that these were anything more than healthcare facilities and that the doctors are anything more than outstanding healthcare providers, and the nurses as well. And, this is a trend that the Israeli military continues to deploy in the West Bank currently. I mean, just 2 weeks ago when I was in the West Bank, they raided a hospital in Nablus, trying to go after whoever they were trying to go after. And so for them, there is no red line when it comes to hospitals, clinics, shelters, and schools. It's a consistent theme that you'll see.
And to add to what Dr. Thayer is saying, it's not like this confusion just came about in the past 2+ years since the beginning of the genocide. I mean, if you look at media as a whole in the decades past, and not just news media, but Hollywood, for example, you begin to see like all these narratives that have just been, it's just a certain kind of narrative. And that's why, fast forward to, the beginning of the genocide, you're starting to see all this confusion. And so, I was a journalist before I became a documentary producer, and I was also a studio executive. And one thing, wearing my studio executive hat and thinking as I was thinking of what kind of film I should make for an American audience, it was not lost on me that medical dramas do very well. Every year you have 2 or 3 medical dramas. I'm a big fan. I'm a big consumer of it. There's like The Pit, there's ER back in the day, there's House MD, there's Scrubs, there's Grey's Anatomy. So there was something about human mortality, doctors, hospitals that Americans like to watch. And so my thinking was, all right, maybe this is an opportunity here, knowing that, we're going to make The Pit. Difference is it's real and it's set in Gaza. And this is how we're going to bring Palestine back to the American psyche, because people should know what their taxpayers' money is doing over there.
Oh, you mentioned Hollywood, and I did have a Hollywood-specific question. Now, I'm happy to see that South by Southwest and Sundance, if I'm correct, have both picked up to play the film. But we've seen other films about Palestine, like The Voice of Hin Rajab and other films like that, struggle to find distribution from Hollywood. I believe The Voice of Hin Rajab now has a distributor, but it's a small distributor. What have you faced with trying to get this film out, especially as we know that a lot of people in Hollywood, big and small, have been blacklisted in large parts of the community for even posting a single Instagram story? I'm thinking about Melissa Barrera with Scream, and thinking about a lot of other allegations of blacklist within Hollywood.
Susan Sarandon. Yeah.
Susan Sarandon. That's a really excellent question, Griffin. And, I'll say at the start of the film, when we were making it, first of all, we made it in 1 year. Most films take about 5 years to make. We made it in 1 year. And at the start of the film, my thought was always like, all right, how is this going to get distributed? But also at the same time, I was like, you know what? We're just going to have to make it. But what I didn't realize a year into making the film, and now we've been on the road since we premiered at Sundance earlier this year. We've been on the road for 7-8 months now. I didn't realize that how fast society has shifted. And institutions and studios and newsrooms and all of that, they are only made out of people. And so when society shifts,
Nuggies.
they shift. Of course, it takes a lot longer
Yay,
for it to
chicken nuggies.
trickle
Ooh,
up
oh my
to
gosh. Thank you.
executives, but it is
Ooh.
happening. And in terms of
Oh my
distribution,
gosh.
I will say this, you know, for a film like ours, I knew, as somebody with some experience, in
Hey.
distribution as a former executive and a documentary commissioner, the path for us was never going to be traditional and straightforward. We would have to chart and carve our own way. And so very early on, I would say 6, 7 months into making the film, nobody wanted to back this film. All right. I had put in my own money. Nobody wanted to back this film. Grantors were running away. Equity folks were running away. And it took some very brave and courageous individuals and entities. Is Watermelon Pictures, co-founded by Hamza Ali and Badia Ali, two Palestinian American brothers based in Chicago. And Hamza Ali, who is also an executive producer on the film, he saw the early stages of the film, the early scenes, and he said, "We're going to back you. We're going to support you." Of course, at that time, Watermelon Pictures wasn't a distributor. They only came in as EP and in association with. And so, but fast forward 6 months after, when the film was done, and first of all, we premiered at Sundance. Never in my life would I have thought that, wow, we were actually going to get this chance to be for the issue to be catapulted in this way. But we did. And now Watermelon Pictures came, they weren't the only offer that we had. But for me as a director and as a producer, it was very important for our team to ride with those who was there with us when it was the hardest. And I'll say, they may have started small, Watermelon Pictures, and now 2 years in, but I can see the vision behind it. And so together we are going to ride this, and they're already like expanding their portfolio of films. And so in this short time, I think they already have an Oscar nomination. They have shortlisted films, and their films have gone beyond just Palestine. And so it is a great honor to ride with them and for them to back American Doctor, and we back them as well. So that is the path forward in terms of distribution.
That's very helpful. I wanted to connect something we saw recently with what you experienced on the ground in Gaza. Griffin, if you could pull up this software. This is an Oracle executive who was proudly bragging about the quote unquote scary technology that they gave to the IDF to deploy in Gaza. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this.
You hit our website in an Arab country and you saw your entire screen filled with an Israeli flag, which said, not only we stand with Israel, we stand with our employees in Israel, we stand with the people of Israel, we stand with the military establishment of Israel. There's a few things that we did that I really can't talk about, to be honest, because to advance the agenda for the Israeli military. But our teams did a lot. We have some really profoundly scary technology at Oracle, and we wanted to make sure that it was available for the effort. Let's just say that. Okay? I was in the Kiryat, and I go in and I meet with everyone you'd imagine I meet with. And on my way out, I run into, 5 of my team who are all in uniform working. And to be honest with you, it's like my proudest moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty disgusting. I mean, this is just sort of the rhetoric that exists anytime you're talking about Arab Muslims or Palestinians. They're like these guinea pigs where you can test new technology. And something that we saw in Gaza that I think also contradicts what she says is you saw the Israeli military willfully sort of bomb civilian infrastructure and devastate the area indiscriminately. I mean, we see, if you look at satellite imagery and you compare the studies that have emerged, for example, out of North Gaza, the Israeli military was not sophisticated at all with their behavior and the way that they were bombing infrastructure and destroying the strawberry fields. And then on top of that, you would see really deliberate attacks against folks that the Israeli military was using their technology for, that if you actually went one layer behind that, if you just dug in a little deeper, you found that suddenly they were just targeting men between the ages of 15 and 60 and then somehow saying, hey, these are military targets. And they're just doing that based on some of the technology they were using. Oh, they're moving from this place to that place. Maybe there's a chance that this person could be affiliated with this group. Let's go ahead and kill them. That sort of extrajudicial assassinations were taking place all over the Gaza Strip. And I think finally, the one last thing I will say, given that we're approaching the 1-year anniversary of the assassination of Anas al-Sharif and his colleagues, Mohammed Qarik, and the other journalists that were in the tent outside of Shifa Hospital. Anas, it really, to me, is one of the most disgusting acts that the Israeli military has committed over the last 2 years. And it's because he repeatedly, if you just go to his Twitter feed or his X feed right now, repeatedly called on the world saying, I am being harassed by them, I am being threatened by the Israeli military, and this is where I am. And they knew exactly where he was, and they still decided to go ahead and assassinate him, almost as if saying, what are you going to do about it? What's the world going to do about it?
And it's not only over there, like this technology is also being used over here, and so it's really important to not, in the making of the film, I didn't want people to think that is happening in Palestine, in Gaza, in the West Bank, is so far away. It's here, and it has already affected Americans. So if we should not only stand up to fight for the living over there because we are responsible for it, but we should fight for ourselves in the United States.
Just wanted to put in a plug for Watermelon too. They also have a streaming service, Watermelon Plus, which I think it's like $9 a month. It's great. So you can check their, that's how you can get all of their back catalog. I was actually, it's an interesting coincidence. I know those guys, and about maybe a year ago or so, I was saying, what I think the public would really appreciate is like a hit, but in Gaza, but a drama. I mean, the fact that you were able to do a documentary is absolutely incredible. But I also think, and I'm curious if you've gotten any interest from people saying we should do a fictionalized drama that is the way that The Pit is set in Pittsburgh, that runs, that begins before the genocide, and then just follows the doctors, both Palestinian and American and West and others who come in and out. And just follows them for several years. Yeah. Just the day in the life. Very precisely the same, basically, as the documentary, but in a serialized form. Have you gotten any interest in that? Is that, or is it? Is we just not in a world where that's like remotely possible?
Oh, I think it's very possible, and in fact, that's been floated to me before. But just speaking to what you just said, Ryan, that's why the film is the way it is. Mm-hmm. Even though it is true, it is real, it's not fiction, but the way it's made, the cinema verite and aspect of it, it is like a drama. And because, I'm thinking of myself, where having been a journalist and seen, all of these, also having worked on so many sit-down interviews and films with archival footage, I just wanted our audiences to be in the world of the doctors. And so you just move with them as though, as though you're just a fly on the wall. Mm-hmm. And I have learned so much as a filmmaker, from Dr. Tharama, Dr. Feroz Sidwa, Dr. Mark Perlmutter, very, very different doctors. And so I just wanted our audiences and Americans to be able to feel close to them. No time to and chat. Because they were going into Gaza, to bring that home, and that to show that doctors there, healthcare workers there, they're no different from the doctors and healthcare workers here. Right. Thayer and I, we were just talking this morning, there's doctors banter. So it's basically, Ryan, I would say, not to be crass, but it's all the elements of a scripted entertainment film, but it's real.
Right. There, I was struck by a moment in the trailer where a bomb hits the hospital and one of the doctors says, that could have been me in one of the bodies there. Was there ever a moment where you felt like you might be killed?
I think when I was there at Nasser Hospital in early 2024, that was the first time the Israeli military surrounded that hospital. And I remember I was with a couple of my colleagues, and we were watching the tanks from outside the window, and they were shelling so ferociously that night. I mean, it was so violent. The hospital was shaking, and the emergency department started to fill up with smoke. And you saw so many of the displaced people, because that's where they go to the hospitals to shelter inside and around the hospitals. You started watching them in the middle of the night pick up their stuff and try to leave to go to safety. And I think it was that moment where I was like, okay, there is no, there's a chance here that this hospital could go up in flames and all of us inside of it could be gone. I think one thing I will say is, I think there's been, and this is something that really bothers me coming back, there has not been an international healthcare worker that has been killed in the 2.5 years. But there's been 1,700 Palestinian healthcare workers that have been slaughtered by the Israeli military. And I think, again, it tells you that there was this intentional targeting of the Palestinian healthcare workforce. And it was, again, that sort of racism that exists, that if I am an American doctor or British and I can come in, I'm sort of guaranteed this safety just looking at what's taking place. But if I happen to be Palestinian, there's a real chance that there's a non-zero chance that I may be killed by the Israeli military.
And so, Doctor, were you detained by Homeland Security on the way back? Can you tell us about that, and also just what it has been like, what it was like getting back, and after everything you saw and experienced, and then to go back to a hospital and functioning environment where this is a side note to most people.
Yeah. So actually, this is an interesting piece because it kind of compares the two different administrations. To be honest with you, under the Biden administration, I had come back and I had stopped in Turkey, and they had already put the quad S's on my boarding pass, which suggested that I would have to go through a secondary specialized screening process, whatever it stands for, just the classic racist Department of Homeland Security stuff. And I remember we had appealed this while I was in transit with an Office of Civil Rights through the DHS, saying this was a violation of my civil rights. I'm an American citizen. This is a secondary screening that's racist in nature. And we kind of had a back and forth at that time. The second time I had come back after being rejected, I didn't even make it inside of Gaza. I land in O'Hare Airport, and you get this X on the screen when they screen your face, and you go to a room, and you're being sort of interrogated by this, officer. I just want to kind of give you a couple of the things that I was asked, just to show you how absurd some of these questions are. This gentleman is sitting there in Chicago asking me, did you treat any Hamas fighters? Did you give them any medicine? Did you interact with them? And, I had to be very clear with him. I said, the Israeli military doesn't believe in us being able to treat anybody that comes through hospital doors, that they don't believe in that sort of thing. And he's trying to almost entrap you because he goes, well, I served as a medic in Iraq. It doesn't matter who came in. I'm going to, I'll treat them, right? You would do the same thing. I'm like, no, guy. Like, that's not, that's not what happened here. That's not what we're going to, just so he could knowing that he's just trying to get you to say something. And then there was a lot of questions about how much money I took, where I spent that money, who I donate to here in the United States. Like, what are the nonprofits that I donate to, where I work, my boss's phone number, just all sorts of questions that make you feel like a criminal. You're like, hey, I was trying to go in there and work as a doctor, and that it's just kind of that profiling that's at play here. And, when that happened in the film, when I get rejected, I've been rejected 5 consecutive times from going into Gaza. I actually was trying to avoid Poe and wanted to kind of step away from the movie. I said, what's the point? I can't even get into Gaza. Why would you even want to follow? And she felt like it was an important part of just the access issues that exist in terms of Palestine. It's one of the most difficult places to access, whether you're a humanitarian, journalist, first responder, whatever it is. It's incredibly hard to access there. And, eventually she was able to kind of insist on moving forward. And I'm very appreciative of that, because I think for our community, the Palestinian diaspora, I think it's so much of the pain that we're experiencing, that survivor's guilt of we're so far away, we're so privileged, we have all of these opportunities, and we're not able to do anything for our people.
And then to add to what Dr. Thayer is saying, it was not lost on me, even in the early beginning and inception of the film, on who gets to say what, and who gets to do what, and whose word gets to go further, who gets to go into Gaza. I'm a woman, I'm a person of color, I'm barely 5 feet, so I understand it on a certain level, but I also know I will never understand to the extent of what Thayer and the Palestinian community are going through. And so it was sort of like, okay, we have these 3 doctors. Now they are able to reach out to different communities, they're able to say different things, and they are very, very different. And what are the lessons that we can learn from them individually, and also when they work together collectively? And that has always been the hope, because I'll be honest with you all, a year into the genocide, and I live in New York. I work in, as we all do, we work and we live in different communities with different people. And for me, I had lost the ability to speak my mind and communicate effectively. And when I found Thayer, Mark, and Feroz, I felt, wow, if this can help me, maybe it can help Americans.
Bruh, what's up, bruh?
What is happening in Gaza?
Just popping in to say, bruh.
Dr. Thayer, Director Poe, thank you so much for making this film. We're grateful that you made it. Where can people watch this movie
What's up, man? How you been?
Right now, if they want to? Can they yet?
Yes, they can. And, you know, when we first made the film, I did not think at all it would be possible for our film to get distributed. But
You know it.
we had early access screenings on Tuesday in New York. And tonight is going to be our opening theatrically at the Angelica. And then we go to LA, we go to San Francisco, we go to Chicago, we go to Ohio, we go to Santa Barbara, and we go to
I feel you.
77 theaters across US and Canada. And that's because of Watermelon Pictures, which backed our film from the very beginning. And we couldn't be more excited to bring them.
Right there with you, my dude. Right there with you. I start my master's courses on Monday. I am kind of pumped about that, so looking forward to be more tired as I conduct massive amounts of research and write many, many pages worth of research papers. So, yay.
Free and in your inbox every morning. You can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
So Thomas Piketty, he wrote
Capital in the 21st Century, I think it was.
And he was basically talking about how the period in which Larkin had referenced.
I had like one good week of sleep a couple weeks ago. I should finish chewing.
When the top marginal tax rate in today's dollars for people making over $3 million would have taken 90 cents on every dollar. The effective tax was probably a little bit lower.
So anyway, about a month ago, I had a full week of like going to sleep from around 10 to 11, waking up between 6 or 7, and feeling phenomenal. And then there was one day, I could not fall asleep. And ever since then, my sleep's been absolutely fucked. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just cursed. Probably going to die a little bit early because my brain and heart been fucked up by my lack of a sleep schedule. So I got that to look forward to at least.
Because you don't take 90 cents of the first 3 million. He basically said this, the Great Compression, where wealth inequality dropped and economic prosperity expanded, created, for lack of a better term, middle class.
That's what I was talking about.
Was an anomaly that we had wealth disparity, significant wealth disparity before then, and he's seeing it increase again, I think probably to heights maybe even greater than we had in the 1920s. And he is being interviewed by Zach Polanski, Britain Green Party member, about a wealth tax, or about, more specifically, about capital flight. The idea that if you raise taxes on rich people, they're just going to move somewhere else. We were told that about New York. Incidentally, 2024 to 2025, before Zoran Mamdani became mayor, 135.
Maybe Walmart will close all its shops so we can have a bunch of mom and pop shops. And more families can actually earn a living instead of making, barely above minimum wage at Walmart, relying on the government to subsidize their pay. That'd be nice. Good riddance.
5,000 people left New York. The way you see it framed is it's about taxes. When you hear the reports from people, it's about cost of living, affordability. Here he is talking about how the story that you've been told, that there's no way for governments to deal with capital flight unless we have some type of international wealth tax, is just bunk.
Let me make very clear that individual countries like Britain or France can very well have a progressive wealth tax and billionaire on their own right away. They don't need to ask the permission of their neighbors or the United Nations, or they don't need to wait for world unanimity. The only thing they need to do when they do wealth tax on their own is to make clear that if you have made your wealth in Britain for many decades by benefiting from the public services in Britain, by the legal system of Britain, because creating wealth, accumulating wealth is always the outcome of a collective process where you use institutions, the legal system, the education system, the health system, the transportation system, the road system. If you have benefited from this during many decades, you cannot simply walk away at age 50 or 60
Okay,
or whatever.
pause it right there. I mean, what he just said is, and he says it in a way that makes it seem self-evident, and it is. And this, our country, at least half the country, is in complete denial about this. Barack Obama tried to say it when he said, you didn't make that. The fact of the matter is, you cannot accumulate wealth in modern society
without the working class accumulating it for you,
without relying on the legal system, the infrastructure of a country, both the social infrastructure in the form of education, job training, etc., the infrastructure of the country in terms of roads and sewers, protecting the health of people, maintaining the productivity of people. No accumulation of wealth that can happen in this country or basically any other without the existence of those things which have been taxpayer funded. They have been developed by the government, which is a manifestation of, broadly speaking, the will and the productivity of the people. It cannot happen. The only way that they used to accumulate that kind of wealth in the past was to kill a bunch of other people. And then make sure that you have a standing army to maintain that wealth. Wouldn't necessarily have a place to expend it. You wouldn't be able to spend it on a rocket if the government hadn't developed the technology in the first place. You wouldn't be able to spend it on a hyperloop or, marketing an electric car had the government not paved the roads, built all the power plants.
Yeah, what roads are all these self-driving cars testing on?
I mean, this is self-evident. And as the primary instrument that enables the accumulation of that wealth, that society also has the prerogative to limit it and to say we're just not going to allow you to accumulate X amount, and you're going to continue to provide for future productivity, future benefits to society in the same way that people have provided for you.
And say, okay, now bye-bye, I don't pay tax anymore. So the only important thing you need to do when you set up a wealth tax in Britain is to say, even if you go away, you keep paying. The way the Americans do it is by saying, as long as you keep US citizenship, you pay, even if you're in Switzerland, wherever you want. I don't think this is the best way. I think a better way would be to make people pay, in proportion to the years of residence that they have spent in the country. So if you have spent your first 50 years in Britain, you move at age 51, well, that's fine, do that, but you keep paying 51st of the tax that you would have paid. So the fiscal cost for the treasury is quite limited.
Yes.
So that's the important point. And once you have said that, I think all the arguments about tax evasion sort of fall down almost immediately. Now, people will tell you, oh, but you cannot do that. Of course you can. The problem is that we have put ourselves in a situation to think that the very specific treaties about capital flows what we have come to call free capital flows that were set up in the 80s and 90s are a sort of law of nature. The idea is that, you have a sacralized right to benefit from the public services legal system in a country as much as you want, and then you push on a button and you can transfer your assets wherever you want, and nobody can follow you and nobody can make you pay, and it's a sort of new sacralized right. But look, this is a completely crazy system. This is a machinery to make normal people, middle class and lower class people, hate globalization. And if you tell people there's nothing you can change about this, there's nothing you can change about inequality, about economic policy, the only thing government can do is to, control their border for migrants. and then, of course, 20 years, 30 years later, the entire political conversation is about border control and identity. But that's because
sounds familiar.
The discussion entirely about economic and fiscal policy. So we have to reopen the discussion, and the first thing to do that is to question free capital flows in the sense that you don't have the freedom to escape taxation after you have benefited from the public services and public institutions of a country during so long.
Preach,
so
brother.
If you address this directly and make clear that you will keep...
I mean, you get the point.
It's very interesting that he brings up the global flows of money, because happened at the same time as our freak out about immigration. Because again, it's like we're using the state to stop people moving from borders. But what is crypto but a way for rich people to move money across borders without any sort of enforcement of tax policy and that sort of thing? You cannot support cryptocurrency and money moving around the world freely and support the brutal restriction of movement of people without, in my opinion, being a fascist.
And understand, right? What is the argument that they will make against immigration? It's going to harm our society. It's going to tax our resources. It's going to inhibit, jobs and benefits for citizens. Capital outflow does the same thing. Except for it's just like, we get no benefits. When we get immigrants, we get benefits. I mean, it ends up being economically a net positive. It ends up spurring innovation. We mostly get all benefits. I mean, frankly, to the extent that it taxes our services, there's no evidence of that. The net gain is there in terms of immigrants. We're going to need more for things like Social Security.
And we're locked in.
But it's important to, it is him drawing that line between the flow of people and the flow of capital. Why should one move freely and the other not? Wouldn't you defer to people as opposed to money?
Nice to see you again.
Yep.
How can I help? Well, I think you'll find we have some.
Or if you acknowledge a common sense view that there should be some regulation, how can you say that actually movement of money should be completely untethered?
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern.
Let's give Troy Jackson some love. He's doing pretty well in polling against Susan Collins, but as we just saw in Wisconsin, who the hell knows about polling? The methodology these days is not necessarily predictive in the way that it was a lot more reliable in previous decades. But Troy Jackson, he's starting to hit a groove. He's starting to find his voice, and he is a really great person to take up the mantle of the Plattner campaign that had to have its figurehead obviously step aside due to the credible accusation of sexual assault. But the volunteers and the infrastructure that came from it, there were people that wanted a representative that put workers first, that wanted to end military aid to Israel, that wants to go after ICE, They didn't want a milquetoast centrist, and thankfully the main Democratic Party listened to that. And I think Jackson is just getting better as the weeks go on. Here he is with a video responding to Elon Musk, because Elon Musk, despite claiming that he was leaving the Republicans and he was starting a third party, has come back home to daddy, who, you know, he needs his fat government contracts to sustain his wealth. And he's going to be spending via his America PAC once again on behalf of Republicans in the 2026 elections. And he's particularly worried about Troy Jackson, and here's Troy's response.
Money that he was, money that he has borrowed from banks, using taxpayer funds, taxpayer incomes provided to him by the banks, based on the wealth that he accumulated from subsidies, from federal subsidies given to him from the pool of taxes collected by the federal government from people's incomes. Double dipping.
Everyone's Troy Jackson. Look,
And he's still a bitch.
the billionaires in this country know whose side they're on, and it's not ours. We just saw $42 million come in by one of the top Senate GOP PACs, and they're here to prop up Susan Collins because they want her to continue to be rubber stamped and get their
Jesus, 42 million?
And some of the people in this PAC are Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and Elon Musk. Elon Musk now. Now, does any of those people sound like people that you're going to have at your house for dinner anytime soon? They're already out with an ad attacking me and my family to try and make sure that they totally don't talk about the issues. They're scared of a movement that goes against the things that they want. They're scared of a movement that demands Medicare for all, prescription drug coverage, and a government that everyday people can be proud of and know works for them. So look, it's pretty clear. Billionaires, the failed trillionaires in this country don't like our movement. And honestly, I don't give a damn.
Oh yeah, Troy Jackson doesn't give a damn. Loving it. He's getting more comfortable. He's smiling a little bit more. It's good to see. Yeah, I mean, he mentions Paul Singer there and Miriam Adelson. Those are two major pro-Israel donors. But then, of course, Elon Musk himself. Paul Singer is one of the top funders of AIPAC. So they know what the threat is here, and they're responding in kind.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see that he's going after, especially I think a lot of candidates is sort of let Elon Musk go off too lightly. I guess they feel like he said he was leaving Doge and he was done with all that, and I guess they decided to focus on other things. I think Elon Musk is still the in my opinion, maybe I'm a little bit biased, but the number one villain here. It should be the face, even beyond above Trump, because when Trump's gone in a few years, regardless of whatever happens, Musk is still going to be around flaunting his wealth. He's still going to be the main driver of what gets pushed on right-wing circles. Like he still is, like he's still out there on his social media platforms sharing this nonsense about
I need a toothpick.
replacement theory and stoking hatred against immigrants. Like maybe because
Liberty,
his
I need you to
focus is
send me a
on
toothpick.
Europe right now, that people that
It's
Democratic
important.
candidates here don't feel like, in addition to him, sinking in the background on the Doge stuff. No, this is all Musk. This is Musk's world, baby, and we're just living in it. I hate to say it. He's got his Starlink satellites far above Earth. Who knows how he'll weaponize those later on? He's got SpaceX, basically. The United States government is dependent on SpaceX for any sort of space-related things they want to do. I think this is a real problem, and the next president, the next Democratic president, can't just do business as usual, can't separate SpaceX from Musk,
Nah,
can't
Congress
say
said
we
no.
need SpaceX because this, and that, and we just got to keep giving money and money and money and more money to Elon Musk. So
Wait, Congress said no about what? Which part of this? Oh, about the toothpick? Sorry, the toothpick. I had already forgotten I asked about the toothpick because I was being stupid. Yeah, but see, the thing is like I just issued an executive order. So you have to comply with the executive order until it gets to the Supreme Court. So gonna need that toothpick.
he can no, it's got to be cut off. He's got to pay. And he's got to.
Or at least one of those little
flossy
flossy guys.
Yeah, I mean,
Flossy boys.
You're right that should be more of
Nah.
a focus, but they're genuinely afraid of his amount of money, and they probably
wish
wanna
some of
hold
these
off on
governors would tell
criticizing
that to
him
ICE.
given what they see, like
Nah.
explicitly, like given what they see the results are in terms of the amount of money that he's poured in.
Constitution
although,
first.
I guess most famously. In that Wisconsin Supreme Court race, he failed despite spending a record amount of money. But still, they're afraid of his ire, and they're always the Democrats.
I would argue
coming
that
at it from a
I think
defensive crouch when it
constitutional
comes to
violations do
fundraising.
not fall.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. Like,
Are not part of federal law enforcement. What's the word? Responsibilities. So, I would argue that it is entirely constitutional for a local police department to physically prevent ICE from detaining immigrants and U.S. residents and so on and so forth. That's my opinion. What do I know? I'm just a stupid shit lib.
like Elon's money comes with like the asterisk of that it came with Elon. Comes with Elon.
I
and he's
agree.
so odious.
I'm
I think
basing
they're
everything
trying to
on
defend
emotion.
The concept of value-free money in politics. Like Elon is just so wrapped up in like the tech industry glut and the bubble. He's made himself the face of the first publicly traded AI company in the form of like SpaceX, XAI, like Twitter. And there is still.
After seeing all these like flock cameras go up and discovering that there's been over, I think, 1,200 not just data centers, but AI data centers that have been that have popped up in the last year or two. I would have absolutely no issue like sanctioning the the wealth of like every single tech billionaire. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Sam Altman. Like I wouldn't even feel bad anymore. Like at first, like when I started doing this stream, like what 10 months ago, I think. I was like, it doesn't feel right. Now, like honestly, like I'm at the point where I just don't care. Like these flock cameras are popping up without the residents or the voters having a say. The data centers are popping up without the voters having a say. City council or county commissioners, like they're signing NDAs with these companies, and they're just doing it, like without any input from the community. So now I'm at the point where I'm like, you know what? Fuck them. Like they're just gonna, if they're just gonna keep going and steamrolling through this, steamrolling us into this surveillance state that they want, then no, I do not even like. I no longer feel guilty about hoping that the next president, be it a Democratic president, sanctions every single aspect of these tech billionaires' finances. Like, I want them to be so poor that they can't afford a flight out of the country, and they have to live like in a trailer park in like in the mountains of Tennessee. Like that's what I want. That's what they deserve. Um, I want them to have to fill out government forms to in order to get food assistance. That's how poor I want them to be. Like the farther and farther we go down this fascist rabbit hole, the less guilty I feel about wanting to absolutely obliterate and demolish the finances of these oligarchs. I didn't want to feel this way, but here we are.
That instinct amongst Democrats to protect business.
Just Republican, don't ask me. My ideology died out decades ago. That's fine. Like you're like I'm not speaking from a political ideology. I'm not. Like and I'm not even honestly like at this point I'm no longer asking. Like I'm no longer asking for permission or acceptance for the way that I feel. You can feel however you want. I'm just telling you how I feel and why I feel that way. You know? Because as it stands, one lesser known aspect of NSPM 7 is that you can now be you can be investigated for one of the characteristics that open you up for investigation by the federal government is being anti-big tech. So, me just saying this means that the federal government now has the right to dig into every single aspect of my life to see if I even have tertiary involvement with groups that the government deems to be terrorist groups. And as we saw in Texas, even if I'm not physically at the protest, I can still go to prison for 50 years just by having a tertiary involvement. So that's where we're at. Welcome to modern day. Yeah, it's I have been saying from since I started my stream about 10 months ago. I have been saying continuously that it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And I still believe as bad as it has gotten in these past 10 months, I still believe that. Yep. So basically all I can do is the best I can. Like I'm still trying to operate within the parameters of the system that currently exists. Uh I'm trying to educate anyone even if it's just you. I'm happy with that cuz maybe just maybe you can take a piece of the information that I provide. Fact-based, not truth because truth is subjective. Fact-based information. And maybe there's just a possibility that that gets relayed to someone else. Be like, yo, the shit that we've been taught for the last 20 years isn't entirely accurate. Here's the actual information. Maybe, just maybe someone could be like, whoa, let me think on that. And maybe there's a little bit of introspection. Like, that would be a success in my book. I'm obviously I want to do more. I want to work within the electoral system that we have to help get candidates elected that actually have the benefit of the people of this country, their best interests at heart. Genuinely, that's what I'm trying to do. Like, even though it seems like what's the name? Was it Atlas? The dude pushing the dude that pushes the world up the hill and never reaches it. That's what it feels like. But you know what? Like, I have to try because I don't I don't condone violence, but I understand why it happens sometimes. And I don't want to get to a point where I have to understand uh more political violence in this country. I don't want to get there. I'll even if I can just convince like a few people every election cycle to uh reconsider their worldview, then that's it. Like if I think uh if everyone from with a similar point of view to mine was able to achieve that same goal, then it would be an exponential boost in stopping this democratic backsliding that we're currently under. I am to at least remember how the system was supposed to work. That's history, so that maybe one day someone will want to finish this experiment. What sucks is like remembering. I agree and disagree with that. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but I do want to push back on 50% of that. Remembering is important and it's necessary, but at the same time, it's not enough. As it stands right now, it is not enough. Even coming from a small R Republican uh, ideology, even with a background like that, there is absolutely no question the chasm that exists between the socialism of a government run healthcare system and the fascism in its various forms. Like, that chasm is so blatantly obvious. There is absolutely no comparison. You know? And like there's absolutely no excuse. Like, as it stands right now, if someone were to say, well, the left in the US is just extreme as the right, go fuck yourself. That's what I say. I mean, if they're approaching it from a place of good faith, I'm not going to say that. But when it comes from someone wearing a MAGA hat, yeah, I want to tell, like, dude, go fuck yourself. Because it's so blatantly obvious that that's not true. To anyone willing to spend a modicum of effort to scrutinize both of these positions from a bird's eye view, it is glaringly obvious what the difference is. So I don't like I'm sure I'm going to hear, but I don't want to ever hear from anyone that listens to me for any amount of time. I do not ever want to hear that the left wing in this country is as extreme as the right, because it's fucking bullshit. Anyway, get to it.
And if Elon goes
Thank
down,
you. Thank you for giving me the
other
opportunity to
tech,
rant.
stock.
I figured out that's what I need. Like, if no one comes in here and says anything, then I'll legitimately just sit here and watch videos for 6 hours and not say a word. It's like I need just one chatter, hopefully more, one day, to just come in here and open the door so that I have the opportunity to walk through. So I appreciate that. You've been with me for 8 months now? Jesus, something like that. Been a while, but I appreciate it. I really do. Back to the regular scheduled broadcast.
Stocks might go down with him. And so there's this, Elon has just, like Trump, been able to like wrap himself in a lot of really important industries in symbolism that Democrats need to hold up still and sanctify. And if they go after Elon too hard, they risk like invalidating people's belief that like money makes you more moral, money makes you more intellectual. He's the richest man in the world. If people don't think that he should have a say in our government, why should Bill Gates have had a say? Why should any of these millionaires have a say?
I will just push back on this a little bit. I agree with what you're saying about, in principle, what they're defending. But in 2025, I'm reading this headline from Politico, June 2025. Dems eye a villain to ally arc for Musk. This is...
Start Googling. Not even Googling. I would say get some books. Like legitimate books. On the propaganda tactics used by cult leaders. Like the way they speak, the things they say, the way they say them. I'm talking about like what's his name? Jim Jones from the 70s, David Koresh from the 90s. Do some digging and look at the way, try to understand the way that they talk to their followers, the way they deliver their message. And then compare that with the way Trump and his most fervent followers speak. That's my homework assignment.
After he had spent all this money, this is after Doge, there were
Correction,
all these
that's your
Democrats
homework
that
assignment.
were eager, and now I'm hitting the paywall here, but there are all these Democrats that were eager to bring him back into the fold, and particularly his money. So
Well, no, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with. I'm just saying that, you know, like they want you to believe that money is value free, and so demonizing Elon just gives in, like it continues to perpetuate this thing that was happening with him, like we saw in the special election for that Supreme Court seat. That like his money, just like AIPAC money, is not good for your candidacy, because a lot of Democrats want you to believe that they take this money not because they're ideologically predisposed to support these groups or because they're going to be trading special favors, but because money can come with no strings attached. You know, you can take money from like J.P. Morgan or Goldman Sachs, and they just want to give it to you and not have to do anything for them. And to continue to like demonize Elon would be to like invalidate our like social economic hierarchy with him at the top of it, and also like make it seem like, well, you shouldn't take money from everybody, including Elon, obviously Elon. But yeah, I remember when they were trying to like reincorporate him and all of the tech billionaires who like jumped ship to be on the Trump train back into the Democratic Party machine. Like they sent out Cory Booker to to Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Hakeem Jeffries right after the election.
Hakeem Jeffries, yeah.
He went out there to make sure that, the business leaders in the West Coast still knew that they had a line into the Democrats.
Ro Khanna as well. Split as AOC and Bernie were doing the Fight Oligarchy tour. Khanna was arguing that Elon Musk could be brought back into the fold.
I mean, the thing is, the tech industry is overwhelmingly for Democrats and the Democratic Party. The only issue is the people in the tech industry who are still for the Democratic Party are overwhelmingly the workers, the labor force in the tech industry, the people who are actually writing the code, the people who are actually putting together the designs, the people who are doing the office work and the product work and all that stuff, the people actually creating the stuff. Those are the people who still support, fundraise, send money, vote Democratic Party. Like, that's the thing. Like, these people who claim, like, we got to go after, we got to go back after the tech industry. No, they're just talking about, we got to get the tech billionaires back on our side. We got to get the founders back on our side.
Fuck 'em.
The Jason Calacanis and
We'll do it ourselves.
The Pod Bros and all those guys who have this
I could randomly draw.
wealth, who easily jump ship to Trump just because.
I could randomly draw 10 university, like put all the top scientists, physicists, chemists, put them into a hat. Any 10 that I draw out of that hat will be infinitely more beneficial than Elon Musk. Like, good riddance, goodbye. Don't need him. Don't want him. Stop giving that's jackass money. It's absurd. It's such a waste. when there are so many people in this country that have a much greater potential benefit than Elon Musk.
Us, it was good for their bottom line, and quite frankly, they also gave up on any sort of bullshit they claim to believe regarding social justice. You got Sergey Brin of Google spending more money than he would have to pay in the millionaire's tax for California, fighting that tax, paying over $100 million to fight it. It's ridiculous. These guys are not worth going after. They're not. They are nothing. They're nothing. And most of them, unless they have a product that another product, like for example, Apple or Microsoft, all these guys who've put it all on the line for AI, they are going to go under. They are going to pay in some way. The economy is not going to realign around this. It's just a temporary boom, and that'll become very obvious in the future. And you know, this is who you want to get in bed with. I don't want to hear any of these Democrats ever complaining about Hassan Piker when they claimed that the guy saying that we have to rid Europe of immigrants from the Middle East and Africa.
What, Kitty?
And speaking about these people
Kitty?
who are fighting for their life as subhumans, they want those people back in the Democratic fold. Get a life, please.
Those are the good
Kitty
billionaires.
demands pets.
Those are the good billionaires. And the only thing that can stop a bad billionaire is a good billionaire.
Well said. Thank you, Chuck Schumer. All right, let's open up the phone lines here.
Why don't you ever sit on my lap,
Open
Kitty?
up the phone line 646-257-3920. Dan for Columbus as a
See, this is
software
a-
tester for the
this is
past
a
decade. Thank you, Bender, for defending us grunts.
One-way relationship here.
Filibuster
It's all-
Bluth. Yes,
it's all
Bender,
take,
even
take,
upper
and
middle
give.
class tech workers are getting ripped off by their bosses.
Comes in here, meowing, demanding pets.
The abortion
Of course, I mean,
And
they're
offers
basically
no affection in
The
return.
tech founders and CEOs are basically saying, you're all easily replaceable by AI, and then the companies that go ahead and try to do it quickly realize that's not the case because they've been sold. They bought into the hype and bought into the bubble, and then they realize, oh shit, we can't. This AI is not where the AI hype artists are claiming it is. Like, it's just not. And people, unfortunately, in politics are falling for this because they don't know any better. AI is not what the tech gurus and CEOs and billionaires, it is not what they say it is, and people have to understand that. And people have to really, if they can't, if they feel like they don't have the technology, they need to get people to explain it to them or hire policymakers who know this stuff, because if you don't and you fall for this hype, you will only.
I should rename this
The
cat
idea that AI is a
Elon Musk.
danger to the economy.
That's all he does
and
is take,
It's only a danger
take,
to the
take,
economy
take.
if you buy into the hype, because the actual
Never gives anything in
technology
return.
itself is a danger to nobody
Nothing.
but the people who believe in it.
Nothing. Takes food.
Yeah, I mean, the danger
takes
to
pets,
the economy is the overinvestment.
Takes litter.
into the infrastructure that is going
and then
to
walks
become
away.
worthless
He's
when the
done.
bubble
That's
pops.
it. He got what he wanted.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours.
Like I don't exist.
We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
New details emerging from a Washington Post report about the attempted assassination plot that was uncovered by Israeli intelligence
Of
when
course it
Donald
was.
Trump was in Ankara for the summit. Donald Trump was in Ankara for a NATO summit, and there was a little
I'm sure-
switcheroo that took place.
I'm sure the
Change of
Israeli
flight
government was
plans. There
100%
a
honest and
security
accurate about that.
concern. Now, of course, during this summit, there
Informational
was
as well.
also conversations taking shape with Iran. And what's interesting, of course, is those conversations went nowhere. Part of the speculation right now is that Israel is manipulating Donald Trump by way of consistently weaponizing, at best, faulty intelligence that signals to Trump that his life is in imminent danger in the hands of the Iranian assassins. This is actually something that we should be paying a little bit more attention to, I think, because a lot of conversations have been had about Lindsey Graham, about Benjamin Netanyahu's personal influence over Donald Trump. But But some of those conversations have not really reckoned with how much this personal animus comes from the fact that Donald Trump has consistently assumed that Iran wants to assassinate him. That's what's really interesting about this. I think that that has to be a personal motivation of Donald Trump a little bit. Aside from the victory lap that he thought he would take in the aftermath of the successful and expedient Venezuela operation and how he would carry over that swift victory into Iran, I think there's also another factor to consider, which is the idea that since the Qasem Soleimani assassination and Trump won, Donald Trump has always been fearful of an Iranian assassination attempt. And I suspect that Israel is weaponizing that fear, which is not invalid, right? It's not entirely invalid, not entirely an unfounded fear. But I do think that Israeli intelligence is weaponizing that fear in an effort to drive a wedge between Trump and any possible successful negotiation. This is yet another instance.
With President Trump on board. That sounds incredibly alarming. The intel came from multiple sources, including the NSA, the CIA, and Turkish intelligence. But U.S. officials say they investigated quickly and ultimately did not detect any such Iranian team on the ground. By that point, however, both Air Force One and the military jet carrying the president had already left Turkey.
I need you guys to understand something. Why would Iran do this? Does Iran want revenge? Do they say death to America all the time? Absolutely. Do they actually have placards up with crosshairs on Donald Trump's face? Certainly. What do we know about Iran, the Iranian leadership, including the hardliners? What do we know about how they operate? We know that they are very strategic, right? They've, I think, more than proven that they are capable of behaving in a way that is unbelievably restrained, regardless of how much vengeance drives them, how much vengeance motivates them. Because it's clear, like, our actions in Iran through perfidy twice, not once, but twice, especially the second time with the assassination, the decapitation of the entire leadership, both in the IRGC and the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. This was a real blow. This was a real moral wound, especially the Manab school. The Manab school strikes really changed the dynamic of this conflict, I believe. So yes, they are absolutely invested in revenge. Make no mistake. I will, however, say this. I think they're very strategic, and they have shown time and time again that they are very restrained. So it makes zero sense for the Iranians right now, when they have maximum leverage, over not only the Strait of Hormuz, but maximum leverage over the Bab el-Mandeb Strait by way of the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen, when they have maximum leverage over dictating the pacing of the conflict, unlike ever before, as they can open up new lines of attack towards American installations in Jordan, where they could technically start lobbing missiles at Israel once again if they chose to do so, at a time when the American stockpiles have diminished. Iran has maximum leverage that they're not even deploying right now. They're just maintaining it. There is no reason for them to try and assassinate Donald Trump. There's no reason for them to actually even successfully assassinate Donald Trump, because the reality of the matter is this would probably cause Iran to get nuked, and they don't want to get nuked, right? This has never happened before. Never happened before. There's never been a moment where, well, I guess you could say JFK, but we don't know who did it, right? There's never been an instance where, like, a foreign government openly assassinates the American president. Openly being the key word. For that reason, we don't know what the American contingency plans look like. And I don't think Iran would risk that, especially because I don't think Iran would risk that right now, especially considering that they have established.
If Iran tried to assassinate Trump, there is no question in my mind that this current administration would follow it up with a nuclear strike. There's no freaking question in my mind.
primacy over the Strait of Hormuz. They've crippled the entire global energy supply. They hold all the cards right now. America knows it. Americans know it. And increasingly, as days go by, more and more people are coming to terms with that reality. There's not really any investment into this wild card initiative of trying to assassinate Donald Trump. But the point I'm trying to make is this. There's nothing to gain strategically from even attempting to assassinate Donald Trump or even assassinating successfully Donald Trump, and so much to lose in the process, right? These are the reasons why I don't believe that this assassination attempt was a
But Trump
real
believes it.
valid concern, and more so one that was elevated by
Because
the
he
Israeli
legitimately-
intelligence, as they've also openly
actually, I mean,
admitted to
as the president,
possibly
he is
manipulate
important enough,
Donald Trump into viewing the Iranian
He's stupid
side
enough
with even
to
more
think that
scrutiny and more
other leaders
hatred.
are as
Having said that, let's get
on
back to the top story that I
his
was covering, the
intellectual level.
assassination attempt on Trump's secret flight. So here's what
Sorry,
happened. Initially,
dude.
Donald Trump's supposed to fly back from
Not
Ankara,
every
Turkey's
leader
capital, to
is as
the
dumb
United States
as you
of
are.
America on his new Air Force One jet that he got from Qatar. But this new Air Force One jet from Qatar, of course, it had to be retrofitted. It had to get all of the bells and whistles that are necessary for Air Force One. That development process requires a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous amount of time. And of course, Donald Trump wanted the Qatari jet immediately. It's a massive jet. It's much larger than the regular Air Force One, right? And of course, Boeing did not have enough time to equip the Qatari Air Force One with all of the bells and whistles, the anti-air defense systems, things of that nature. So it was not sufficiently, like, it basically is the Air Force that he wants to use, but unfortunately it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, all the tools that would make it up to standard, that would fit the standard of Air Force One. So it's a less secure civilian aircraft. So Donald Trump decides he's not going to use the Qatari jet. This is what we know initially. What we know is Trump decides to
But
send
he'll
the
let everyone else
Qatari
ride
Air
on it.
Force One to the British Royal Air Force Base, and he is planning on flying back from Ankara to the British Royal Air Force Base in the old Air Force One. So initially, reporters actually find that odd, right? Reporters are like, New York Times reporters actually cover the story. They talk about how Trump is actually swapping out the Qatari Air Force One for the older version that's more secure. And Trump actually sends subpoenas to those New York Times reporters. There's obviously the code of conduct with the White House press pool. For those of you who don't know, the White House press pool follows Trump everywhere. They are the civilian observers, the civilian witnesses of everything that the president is doing. So there have been instances, there have been plenty of instances where the White House press pool that accompanies the president everywhere sign, an ode to secrecy, or there will be an embargo on certain kinds of information around Trump's travel or the president's travel, and then they'll reveal it afterwards once the travel is over, because obviously there's a national security concern. This has happened with Joe Biden when he went to Ukraine and they were on that train going into Kyiv, and obviously the White House press pool accompanied him on that journey, and they didn't reveal some of the details of that journey in an effort to maintain a level of security, right? There's a security protocol around it. So in the past, like, the White House press pool has of course always abided by this standard of security. And what's interesting here is there is something that is unprecedented with what Donald Trump did. So we're going to get into that now. So basically what happens is Trump gets on the plane with the White House press pool, with all of his aides and with, all these other people. He gets on the older Air Force One jet, and for all intents and purposes, people on the flight, including the White House press pool, think that Donald Trump is on that plane. Donald Trump then, of course, as we knew it at the time, flies on that plane, and the White House lands in the Royal Air Force Base in England, and then gets out of that plane alongside after the White House press pool leaves the plane. He gets off the plane. He publicly gets on Qatari Air Force One and then flies back to the United States of America. So that's what we knew. Now, the one element that was strange in that process, there he is. Here's the video of him literally boarding the plane. They make a big show of it, right? But the one thing that was strange about this process, that the White House demanded that everyone on board this flight lower their window shades. The only other time, according to Maggie Haberman, the only other time that they've made this demand is when they were flying into Iraq. And it's understandable to do that in, for operational security. I assume that these, when you're going into conflict zones, Air Force One is probably trying to land in the dark, so they have to close their shades. It's for OPSEC, right? It makes sense. You don't want any lights from inside of the plane to be caught on optics. It makes sense. So that was interesting that they demand to lower the window shades. It's in broad daylight. It's not dark, right? So they follow along. Later, we find out that Donald Trump wasn't on this plane at all. He got on the plane publicly, right, at the Esenboğa airport in Ankara, in Turkey, and the plane is on the tarmac. Door closes. There's an airport catering truck on the side of the plane. The media boards the plane as the airport catering truck pulls away. Here's the staircase to the C-32A that's on the other side of the tarmac. And as the media is boarding this plane, thinking that Donald Trump is on the plane, it turns out Donald Trump was actually inside of this airport catering truck. So what ended up happening is Donald Trump secretly got on the plane and then through the delivery mechanism got into the airport catering truck. Now, we found out about all of this recently. The airport catering truck pulls in to the rear of the C-32A, which is the other plane, and Donald Trump gets on the other plane, leaving the White House press pool and numerous staffers on board Air Force One as bait. Straight up, like, with the assumption that this is a valid assassination attempt, Donald Trump basically sent the entire White House press pool, if this was a real
look who's on that list.
attempt on the president's
Natalie
life,
Harp.
Donald Trump
We'll get to her in a
basically
minute.
said, "You, sayonara, see you later," and got on a separate plane. This is objectively hilarious. I cannot deny it. I think it's also extra funny because he delivered this interview on the plane that day where he was talking about assassination attempts against him, right? This is when he was coming into Ankara.
I have a threat all the time. I'm number one on their list before you. But if I go, you go, right?
But was there a specific
perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Daniel?
He says, if I go, you go. So perhaps you maybe one day want to change professions. That is hilarious. For your information, Walt Nauta was the security IT guy who helped Trump shuffle the classified docs between his properties and hide them. Yeah. It's his cadre of loyalists, his peak loyalists that he brought on to the second flight. New York Times has delivered like 10 email headlines about this to my inbox as though it's the biggest story right now, and I can't get over how much they're freaking out about it. Am I crazy, or this is just a weird thing, but otherwise not that big of a deal since nothing actually happened? Yeah, no, it's not that big of a deal, but I think it gives you insight into Trump's fascinating mind, and that's exactly the kind of story that New York Times loves, especially considering that their journalists were directly put in danger through this process, and that's also the other reason why they're going to talk about it nonstop. Trump to Marco Rubio before getting on a food cart to head to a separate plane in Turkey.
Oh, they expect one of us in the wreckage, brother.
Trump left Marco Rubio and top aides on Air Force One as he secretly fled the Iranian threat. It's also exactly the type of story that's perfect to needle Trump with over and over again, because you can like present this as Trump being a pussy, right? I think the Trump loyalists will look at this and go, nope, that's my president. Who cares? Who cares if his top aides die? We have to protect the president.
4D
Look how
chess.
cool this story is. It's espionage. But I think New York Times and like these liberal institutions can keep needling him over and over again by calling him a pussy. And this is exactly the type of thing that Trump hates. So I think that's the other reason why they're doing this. They're really hammering on this message. I'm more so fascinated with this story because I think that there's there's a second layer to it that the Washington Post reporters obviously revealed by way of the intelligence community that turned around and leaked details to Washington Post about the veracity of the assassination attempt claims and where those claims came from. Initially, they said it was the Israeli intelligence that delivered this information to the American intelligence community, and American intelligence found these claims to be not so credible. That's the problem here.
Israel had passed along some intelligence which suggested a specific threat from Iran targeting Air Force One, a threat involving a shoulder-fired missile.
Optics like this is catnip for the wine moms and hashtag resist libs, while the CIA intel infighting is for the real heads. Exactly. Our interest in this story revolves around the fact that Israel is constantly sending intelligence, whether it's faulty, whether it's real or not, it doesn't matter, but Israel is constantly sending intelligence to the Trump administration directly, and this intelligence is probably playing a role in the way that Trump sees the world. It's probably playing a role in the way that Trump sees the possible deal making with Iran. And I also find it fascinating that different factions within the intelligence community have had enough of Israeli interference and are straight up leaking information to the media. That, I think, is also an important factor at play here. Clearly, as I've talked about before, the CIA has different factions inside of it. This is a bureaucracy. The State Department has different factions inside of it. Obviously, every single person working in the American State Department is working in unison when it comes to maintaining American supremacy, right? American hegemony. However, some in the State Department and some in different factions inside of the intelligence community, whether it be in the NSA, whether it be the CIA, whether it be different departments, have recognized that Israel is now an impediment to American supremacy. Israel is becoming an increasingly larger force that is at odds with the American strategy in the Middle East. And that's what's going on. And it does seem like the side that has seen Israel as a liability, some of which have left the State Department famously under the Biden administration even, and certainly under Trump as well, but the side that is, the factions that see Israel as a liability in the CIA, in the State Department, are getting increasingly more agitated as time goes on. And this, of course, creates a unique media environment for the real heads, for those who are actually wondering where this will go, because they're just going to yap more and more to the media. This is something that happened in Trump 1 a lot more frequently than it has happened in Trump 2. If you remember, leakers were a huge issue for the Trump administration in Trump 1. Part of the reason for that was because Trump was unbelievably incompetent, and Trump 1 actually had a lot more competent servants, like competent public servants that would look to the crazy things that he was doing and go, this is unacceptable. We have to put an end to this. And then they all became, you know, MSNBC contributors and former Trump administration officials that became never Trump Republicans or never Trump liberals, you know, former Republican liberals. There have been a lot less leakers in the second Trump administration. And part of that is because Trump decided we're doing away with competence. We just want loyalists, right? And I would go so far as to say the new strategy of
Liberty, if you're still there,
hiring loyalists who also happen to be unbelievably incompetent has yielded some interest.
Did it ever bother you knowing that being a small R Republican meant you were also a small L liberal? I'm just curious.
Results, because when you have a guy like Kash Patel run the FBI, on the one hand, you know, you definitely maintain control over the FBI. There's no leakers or whatever. But then the FBI's function as a federal law enforcement arm has diminished its credibility because the guy who's running the department, and this is a very important department, it's a part of the federal law enforcement apparatus, is now constantly getting himself into trouble. He's constantly using private jets to fly around with his girlfriend, with his country music star girlfriend. He's a bit of a showboat. He's a drunkard, and people internally in the FBI are very frustrated that this organization is now run by an incompetent moron. You know, there's other issues. And then you see things like the Charlie Kirk assassination attempt, or the Charlie Kirk assassination story, sorry, not attempt, the attempt at at putting forward a competent investigation and how it fell apart. The Nancy Guthrie story, the kidnapping. Like there has been a sequence of high profile ups. This leads to the public broadly losing confidence in federal law enforcement, and you can't have that. That will have very negative downstream consequences, because at the end of the day, you have to trust these institutions, right? You have to trust these institutions. The public has to trust these institutions. And if they can't trust these institutions any longer, well, you're going to see a lot of issues. There's going to be chaos, a lot of instability.
Which is what they want.
Trump's powerful aide, Natalie Harp. Maggie Lieberman in the New York Times with new reporting on video they've seen of Harp at Trump's golf course in Scotland. Sprinting, the Times reports, great distances to keep up with Trump's golf cart. According to the Times, Harp then wrote a letter afterwards to the president in which she wrote, and I quote, "I also am sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland. I want things to always be right between us. I also know I've been distracted all week, forgetting to eat throughout the days and even forgetting to sleep and only catching a couple hours at a time. With all my heart, Natalie." Harp's role
Forgetting
is
to
central
eat?
to Trump, and she is also in constant contact with foreign
And service
leaders
to him?
and the gatekeeper to the president of the United States. Out front now,
I didn't
Maggie
even know that.
Lieberman, the White House correspondent for the New York Times and also the co-author of the book Regime Change: Inside the Imperial Presidency of Donald Trump. And Maggie, you note in your new article that Natalie Harp never takes a day off, not even a Sunday, right? She is committed and she is indefatigable. How much does Trump depend on her?
A lot, and it's important to note, Aaron, in our reporting, that story was by Sean McCreish, my colleague, and me. Jonathan and I have separate reporting in Regime Change just about how Trump views her, and part of it is, he will describe to other aides that, and said this during the interregnum period, that, everyone else will go off and make money, she'll never leave, that essentially she is the person who loves him as much as his wife and children, and she
He
serves a
changes
specific
his
purpose. In a White
diapies.
House, in a government, there are other channels, official channels of information. She doesn't provide him with his national security briefing, the presidential daily brief. She is not the White House staff secretary, which is supposed to be the last step for paper flow. She's not the press secretary, from whom certain media requests are supposed to come. She is a channel by which, as you said, foreign leaders try to reach him if they can't some other way. She's a channel by which he reaches people he sees on television, who he likes what they are saying, or that he will just send out notes to. She is with him so much of the day during those meetings, and she is talking to him throughout the evening about social media posts. So she is a specific channel of information, but she is one that he considers very important, and so do other people outside the White House.
So you've reported, you're talking about how she's by his side. She writes many of his tweets. The series The Art of the Surge showed some of this in real time when Trump was responding to Kamala Harris's speech at the 2024 Democratic Convention, right? So they put these images there. I'll play a clip.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. Do not limit access to birth control or IVF. That is a lie.
Well, we trust women.
I trust women also. And I will keep women safe.
Of the United States, I will
Just not the ones he's around, I guess.
Maggie,
Keep them
you have
safe
covered
by
Trump
keeping them
for
at
a
home.
long time. His entire tenure as president, back when he was a businessman. Has he ever had someone who plays the role she's playing now before?
It's interesting. There are people who she reminds those who have been around Trump's world for a very long time of. He used to have this group of assistants/secretaries who would sit outside of his office on the 26th floor of Trump Tower. Some of them were very, very, very serious gatekeepers. Norma Federer was one, his longtime assistant. After that, Rona Graff. But there were a number of them, and he would refer to them as the girls. And so Natalie Harp has, in the observation of some people, taken over a similar role where she is sitting, not outside the Oval Office most of the time, but in the Oval Office. She sits off to the side, next to the entrance to the exit to the colonnade and the Rose Garden. She has a laptop or she has a tablet, and she is there when he wants to go fetch papers. She, for instance, was the person who handed Jonathan and me a two-pager when we were in the Oval Office for a fact-checking interview with the president in March of this year, in which a history buff compared him to the most powerful monsters and conquerors that had ever lived.
So, obviously she's got a position now of incredible power because, as you point out, it's not outside the Oval Office, it's inside the Oval Office. You've got world leaders that call her. But you report a few interesting things. One, she operates entirely outside the chain of command with all of that power and influence. So I'm curious, Maggie, from your reporting, what do other White House staffers think about her role? And given her access and all the places that she is and all the people that she is dealing with, does she have a security clearance? Has she been vetted given this role that she's playing in the government?
Yeah, our understanding is that she does have a security clearance, although precisely where that was in the process last year, everybody who came into the Oval Office, into the West Wing at a senior level, was granted a security clearance on day one temporarily. She then, our understanding is, went through the process. It's not exactly clear when, though. There's been some reports that there might have been a lag. She is not beloved by a lot of her colleagues. She does sometimes work through the process. There are people who will say that she, more regularly than she used to, will update colleagues on what she's doing. But there has been a lot of controversy around Harp's role for a while, and what it ends up being reduced to in the descriptions of some people is essentially a food fight. It's different than that. I mean, she is somebody who has a huge level of access to the president. He obviously wants her there, but this is a White House. This is not a campaign, and so this is going to raise different questions about who is around the president, who is working on the taxpayer salary.
Right. As you report, taxpayer-funded $150,000 salary as well. Maggie, thank you very much. Maggie Haberman there, of course. And how did Natalie Harp become Trump's closest aide? With all of this power and access, Kristen Holmes is out front.
I'm Natalie Harp, a formerly forgotten American from California.
Forgotten no more. President Trump's executive assistant, 35-year-old Natalie Harp, has been thrust into the spotlight after it was revealed she was one of a few aides that joined Trump on a secret flight out of Turkey. Harp is Trump's most devoted aide. She once jumped in the trunk of an SUV to ensure she would be able to be with the president for a court appearance when there weren't enough seats in the motorcade. She serves as a gatekeeper to the president.
Oh, what's she doing there?
Providing him with a constant flow of articles and social media posts. She has earned the title of human printer because she travels with a printer wherever the president goes to ensure he has whatever he needs at his fingertips.
It goes faster if you plug it into the generator.
And spends hours typing up his social media posts as he dictates them.
I will keep women safe.
Her loyalty surpasses politics. She says the president saved her life when she was diagnosed with bone cancer, citing 2018 legislation.
And I was watching and I heard the story of an incredible, unbelievable young woman who was battling rare bone cancer.
That's all you can say. I'm not dying from cancer anymore, thanks to President Trump. I'm living with cancer.
Her name is Natalie Harp, and she lit up the television screen like very few people I've ever seen.
The heck?
It was her television presence that led to the president inviting her to speak at the 2020 Republican convention.
I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for you.
Harp then worked briefly as an anchor on the ultra-conservative One American News Network, where she amplified Trump's rhetoric on elections.
It's like, if President Trump, who's the most popular president really in history, the most loved president, if they can rig it against him, what makes you think that all of a sudden you're going to win in 2024 if you do nothing on election integrity?
And bolster his administration's work.
Just 1 year ago, the Democrats were the anti-vaxxers because they didn't want President Trump to get the credit for the medical miracle that was Operation Warp Speed.
Ugh. Man, that was kind of tough.
He was my first exposure to
Yeah,
politics.
it's caught me there.
And I loved it. Like, this guy, he gets it.
Harp can often be seen in the background during President Trump's events, smiling at the president and nodding along as he speaks, always in his corner.
You picked us up, and you made us great again.
Kristen Holmes, CNN, the White House.
Oh, good. He made us great again. That means he can go away now.
Emily, you mentioned sanity, which I think leads us to our next segment, because
Speaking
what
of
is
cults
more insane
and cultish
than
behavior.
young love? Of course, I'm referring to one Miss Natalie Harp. Now, there's been a lot of stuff this week coming out about Trump's aide, Natalie Harp, and the extent of their relationship. Some of the hits that have been coming out across the week are that there is a very strong physical proximity to the president from this one Natalie. There has been reports that she once slept in a locker room she spent a summer sleeping in a locker room at Trump's Bedminster Golf Club to remain close to him after she was denied a room. There was another story about her hopping into the trunk of a motorcade car so she could remain near the president. Sort of a Looney Tunes amount of action with her chasing after the president. There was another story where they were on a golf course and she wasn't allowed into one of the golf carts, so she ended up jogging feverishly behind to catch up with the golf cart brigade. And there have also been reports of letters that she leaves the president. She is known as his human printer, the one that actually writes the amazing Truth Social posts that we all read and report on the show every day. He dictates them out loud, and then she types them up.
He does what, Griffin?
And sends them. He dictates them out. And so I wanted to give a taste of who this person is from her own words, from some of her time on OAN to get a little flavor, and then I want to read one of these letters to the president.
Well, and we should just, to set this up if people haven't been following this, basically this kicked off because of that Washington Post report that Trump left Air Force One, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the press corps, and many of his own staffers, because of what we now know, according to the reports, was a piece of Israeli intelligence that a surface-to-air missile on the ground in Ankara could potentially take down Air Force One. Our intelligence services didn't judge it as a serious threat. Trump, anyway, we don't know if it was because of Secret Service or Trump himself, leaves Air Force One and takes Natalie Harp with him as one of the few people that were taken from Air Force One onto the catering truck and making the escape. And so that kicked off this latest wave. Senator John Ossoff goes in, gives this big viral speech and says Trump would rather be... Here. Yeah, let's rock it.
And while the sailors on the Lincoln fight his war, while he fruitlessly drains our munitions and oil reserves, the president sleeps through his meetings. He golfs and trades stocks.
We weren't asking.
So he doesn't want to do the job.
Things easy for you, painless.
He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar.
Wow. Okay.
So then Ossoff said this particular, I think Jen Psaki pushed him on it, and Ossoff said this particular aide has been referred to as his security blanket and the like, and the right freaked out. Scott Jennings freaked out and was saying that's like very unbecoming of a senator. How dare you pick on Natalie Harp, who is she does genuinely attribute Trump to surviving cancer because
he
did what's called right to try in his first administration. Yes, and that did allow her to have access to experimental cancer treatments that can actually change people's lives, and it's a good thing. But
which other doctors have pushed back on, saying that those drugs, the drugs that helped her, were actually already available, perhaps, but she has connected it to his right to try.
Yeah, I didn't see that. That may be true.
I'm not an expert.
No, but you're right. She does. She is the one who connects it directly to that. Her brother went on, I think, CNN with Aaron Burnett and said that's exactly what it is. She attributes that to Trump. And these rumors about her had been circulating for a while because she is really close to the president. And we'd heard previously about notes that had found their way, I think, into the presidential bedroom. And so it had been under the surface, but then because of the Washington Post report on leaving Air Force One, it exploded into a major story this week. So with all of that said, Griffin, this little explanation of who Natalie Harp is, she was previously a One American News Network anchor, ended up working in the White House, has been with Trump ever since. Let's roll it.
Let's hear from her own words for a second.
We can't talk about winning back the House and Senate in 2022 and the White House in 2024 if we don't act on the fact that we actually did win the White House and the Senate in 2020. We shouldn't be afraid to say that because it's true. We the people know America, as we know it, could be ending in the next 2 or 4 years.
Oh, wow.
Which is exactly what President Trump is warning of. They think if they can get President Trump, they can get the 75 million people to shut up and stand down. And they, as President Trump said at CPAC yesterday, each of us, if we haven't already, have a decision to make. Not in 2022 at the ballot box, but right here and right now, to choose a side. And by the way, sidelines don't count.
Sidelines do not count. Mac,
This
what do you
is
make
like-
of this?
Can I just make a
please.
little quip here? It's like the joke news segment that 30 Rock would run. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if you did a 30 Rock cutaway, like making fun of segments like this.
Unfortunately, it was not a
OAM
joke.
definitely always reached to me as the thing that's on TV in the movie. Like
Yes.
it's like it's the fake news show in the movie. But Mac, what are we to make of this? Is how they first became so connected over the Stop the Steal thing?
I mean, the cancer thing that you said makes a lot more sense to me because, and I was talking to Griffin earlier about this, like she really does come across in the letters that she's put out, in the behavior of chasing him down the golf course. Like she wrote a whole letter apologizing for her behavior, like I'm so sorry if I embarrassed you or whatever. It really is like she's in a cult and Trump is just her personal savior. So it does like track on the cancer thing if she credits him with like saving her life or whatever, but it's just bizarre, man. Like this is some of the strangest stuff I've ever seen. Because even you see it in like the cabinet meetings, right? Like everybody understands that Trump kind of wants everybody to like jerk him off in these cabinet meetings, and they go around the table and everybody like praises him in their own little way. Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, you're the greatest president ever. You've stopped 800 wars, whatever else. But this is like a true believer. Like I don't think necessarily that Marco Rubio believes it when he's sucking up to Trump. This is somebody who was like fully drank the Kool-Aid. This is my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ here.
Yeah.
Well, Griffin, do we have the letters? Because the Daily
Yes.
Beast says, pull these up so people can see exactly what Mac's talking about.
And Emily, do you have like some sultry piano or maybe like a saxophone you could play while I read this? All right.
You could also just sing.
This is the
Kenny
letter.
G.
Dear Mr. President, I'm sorry. I thought I was the only one left behind last night and had no idea Margot's car was also pulled over and sent back to the airport. Since I was alone in the van outside customs without my passport, I panicked and should have just called Secret Service instead of you. I also am sorry if I was an embarrassment walking the course in Scotland. The first day I was told there were no carts and people walked, which is why I walked. The second day, I was specifically asked by, I forgot who his name was, but one of the main people who worked there, if I could continue walking and tell any other girls who would head out there to do the same to spare the course any more carts. If there's anything else I've done to cause you trouble, please forgive me. I know that some people have said I haven't been texting them back, and there have been some international cell issues. John was having technical issues on the plane too.
No
Things to
freaking
always
dignity.
Be right between us. I also know that I've been distracted
No
all week,
self-respect.
forgetting to eat throughout the days, and even forgetting to sleep, and only catching a couple hours at a time. I haven't been myself, dwelling on the past and the pain of losing my dad, and I started letting the remarks of people who haven't bothered me before get to me. Not because I care what others think, but because I see myself being lowered in your eyes and good opinion. That is the fear,
Ugh,
you see.
it's my
because I never
first
wanna
time
bring you
hearing the
anything
whole
but
thing.
joy. I'm sorry I lost my focus. You are all that matters to me. I don't want to ever let you down. Thank you for being my guardian and protector in this life. That's what I wanted to use this card for. When you saw me at the cash register and once again did what you didn't have to do and gifted me with the mementos of this trip of a lifetime, a coming of age. I will
It's like
return a better person. I have to sign
You bought
off
her
now.
Mentos?
As
I
the
know you said
cars are
mementos,
leaving.
but
See you soon with all
I
my
could see
heart.
her feeling
Natalie.
that grateful if he bought
And
her
did you
Mentos.
notice she uses caps? I mean, the viewers might not be able to see this, but she uses capitalizations in a Trumpian style.
Yeah, that's
like
interesting.
She's aping him, and I think this reminds me a lot of something that I found. I should have
What the
probably
hell?
said this, but I found this in Mac's stuff, directed to Sagar. It reminds me of how Mac writes to Sagar.
That's true. That's exactly.
So those were
my
published by
guardian,
the-
my protector in this life.
Yes, capital P protector. But
It reminds
these
me of
were-
that woman that was dating the basketball billionaire guy who's like, I'm his little rabbit. Remember that clip? I'm his little bunny. Not important.
Yeah, I listen, Griffin. I know you're really big into sports, but
Yeah, just
you
trying
got
to look
his
like it.
Dodgers hat on. Well, so let's get into the source a little bit here, because these were given to Michael Wolff. And Michael Wolff's reporting ranges from insane, not
He's a-
true,
he's a
to
drama
totally
queen.
true.
He's kind of like a establishment TMZ.
Worse. He admits to completely making things up, basically, that sometimes he dramatizes. And that's, if you're purporting to be a journalist, that means that you're often writing fiction. So anyway, all that is to say, this is an actual copy of a letter, and Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman in their book reported on some of these letters as well, and said that they were being left in Trump's personal spaces. So, from conversations that I have had about all of this, everybody thinks this is weird. Everybody circled the wagons around Natalie Harp this week and defended her vociferously. Nobody knows, honestly, nobody knows what's really happening, if it's more than just this emotional fawning from Natalie Harp, which I think is perfectly plausible. Like, top aides do get access to the living space at the White House because they're working as soon as the president gets up and probably as the president's going to bed, so it's not unheard of that staff would be in the residence, and that could be quote-unquote personal spaces, and it could totally be a one-way love affair, right? Like, Trump he prizes loyalty. Here you have somebody who's a little weird and has this deep emotional connection to him, credits him with saving her life, and knows that he loves loyalty and loves people who fawn all over him, and plays to that, and has perfectly reasonable access to the residence. Or it could be not that, which is the implication, and I honestly have no idea. I don't think that people who are in, like, Trump circles don't have any idea.
There's no way that there is a full-blown sexual interaction happening, which some are alleging. I mean,
I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a second.
I think it's a little bit more like a nurse caretaker situation than a sexual. I mean, there's just no way that Trump, at his current shape and age, can even physically perform.
Shape.
Yeah, I mean, he's a shape that's never been invented before. Like, I just don't see. There would need to be like a nuclear reactor amount of Blue Chew to make that happen. So I think it's something a little bit sadder. I think it's
what's even the saddest part about this is that there's like a 0% chance Trump read that letter in the first place, right? Like, there's no shot.
Well, because somehow it got to Michael Wolff, which tells me that someone else intercepted it and was leaking it to the press.
Michael Wolff has also reported that Melania was not seen on the 2024 campaign race with Trump because she did not like Natalie's proximity. Melania did actually come out yesterday to give a public speech at the White House for the first time. Maybe she's feeling some of the heat from this story. But there was some defenders of Natalie and people who were very aghast at John Ossoff's cruel, catty remarks. And I, of course, Mac, want your reaction to this. Our favorite CNN panelist, Scott Jennings, who was challenged on his attacks on Ossoff. Let's all take a listen to that.
Go ahead and just play it, because there's just such a long history of this. Trump punching down, insulting women. Let's just play it.
Scott, never complaining about it.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slob, and disgusting animals. But what we want to do is to replenish the Social Security Trust Fund.
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Oh, disgusting. Blob of flesh.
Quiet, Piggy. I mean, God. Dan's question was pretty straightforward. You're going to be outraged over traveling on a plane with Natalie. Are you going to be outraged over all those things?
I do not believe in demeaning women in any way, number one. Number two,
did the president demean women, and was that unacceptable?
The issue I have with this.
Are you outraged or not about that?
The issue I have with this is Natalie Harp is not a public figure.
Nor is
she has
Ruby Freeman or Shane Moss.
She has no ability
to be honest. You're not answering the question. You are avoiding the question again, Scott Jennings. You continuously distracted.
All right. Well, that's the incredible moderation at CNN where you can't hear a single thing.
That was
Mac,
the Scott Jennings
Is Natalie Harp a private person?
That's what I'm so confused by that. Like, what do you mean? She's a top aide. She's constantly making public appearances with him. Like, in what way is she? And she can't defend herself. Like, this is it's insane. I mean, the hypocrisy angle of it, obviously, like, it's obvious. You don't even really need to make that point. Scott isn't gonna, admit any of that at the end of the day. I guess I'm just sort of like, I watched the Jon Ossoff clip, and if anything, I'm like, he could have gone way harder. Like, what is the outrage meter for the Republicans getting upset about this? Because, like, what was actually offensive about what he said? It was like kind of a vague implication of like, maybe there's something going on there, but like, okay, Trump says worse on an average Tuesday. What are we talking about?
I think so the only thing I would disagree with on that, like, it's glaringly hypocritical from Scott Jennings and laughable, all of that. I think it might be a tiny problem for Ossoff in the same way that some of this was a problem for Biden. Not a massive problem, but there's a broader issue if you are campaigning, and this is where actually some of the dark woke gets it right. If you're campaigning on restoring American civility and norms, and then so it's not so much like everyone has low expectations, I think, at this point of the people who defend Trump. But Ossoff, if you're trying to like take the when they go low, we go high route and go above what you say are the bad standards and expectations, and then you do stuff like this, it makes people be like, oh, come
hit them
on,
with
man.
the same
like,
tactics so that they
like,
cry.
We either have to go gloves off,
and it puts them on the
or
defense.
You have to like you can't have it both ways. And
have
I
to
think
put them on the
that's
defense.
where just politically, not morally, but politically, I think that's a little bit of an issue. Like you have to choose a lane. Like you either have to go full gloves off, or like who's a good example of somebody?
Abdul El Sayed is probably a good example of that.
Yeah, he's a good example of that.
He's a little sassy. Which
No,
example
that's what I
of which
mean.
side?
Of gloves off.
Of
I
dark
think
woke.
he's sort of dark woke, at this point.
Right.
But
yeah,
I mean,
you gotta go one way or the other.
I get your point, Emily, but I also think there's almost no appetite for the, they go low, we go high attitude anymore with the Democratic voter base. Like, it's at this point, it's everybody's saying fuck it, whatever. We've had 8 years of a Trump presidency, term 1, term 2. Like there are no standards anymore, and even to the return to civility, it's not something that I personally care about, but like.
Right.
Even if you are quote unquote dark woke, or you're a little bit edgy, or you're gloves off from like a Democratic politician perspective, that's still going to be like infinitely more civility based than what we're getting from the Trump administration. Like it's almost unfathomable to think of a Democratic version of Donald Trump that is as brash and upfront about just being kind of an asshole all the time. Like I can't really make a comparison on the left to any major political figure like that.
Yeah.
There's nobody that will ever be like Donald Trump. Like there's just no comparison. Nobody who will be on a debate stage being like only Rosie O'Donnell. It's just never gonna happen. So yeah, it's a question of how post-Trump Republicans.
I need to run
handle
for
that.
office because I totally will.
I do think Ossoff, like, when he was going viral, maybe this isn't his fault. Maybe he's not trying that. Well, I don't know. I think he's pretty clearly doing a gentle Obama impression.
Oh, yeah.
Just like we see Josh Shapiro and those sorts. And
With
that's
Obama
where
at home.
Well, and you can see all the camera crews with him. He brings like a professional camera crew with him to get all of these different angles at every single one of these rallies.
It's the lower angle looking up. That's the Ossoff shot or whatever.
he's a documentarian.
And
So
he's on
knows
that. He's on that tee, so he's gotten himself all like jacked over the last couple of years. Like he's making a run for it.
I guess the question for both of you, and maybe Mac in particular, who is a fan of the more Kyle Kulinski dark woke angle, is Trump is so crazy. Is the main Dem electorate gonna just want someone that's exceedingly normal now? Go back to normal. Or do they want someone like Abdul, who is going to be Trumpian, but for the things that the left likes? And I guess that is the main question for the Dem electorate.
Well, I mean, that's, I don't want to make this sort of like my wish casting, but I think right now the energy is more in the Abdul lane. I think this is why you're seeing sort of a left insurgency, all these DSA candidates that are winning. And, you can see candidates that are outspent, 10-1, 20-1 in some cases. The media is sort of, stacked against them. The establishment is stacked against them. And they're still winning some of these races, or at least cutting it, extremely close. So the energy right now is definitely in the dark woke camp. The question then is, the 2028 Democratic presidential primary rolls around, and I've seen this from even some of my like family and friends who are sort of more like standard liberals or whatever, progressive libs maybe, and I do like it. Ossoff makes me a little bit afraid because I hear them and they're like, oh, he's good looking, he's very well spoken, like he has this calming effect, like. I could see somebody like that being a real threat to the left.
And he's
in
polling very high,
2028.
Mac, just to push back on it. Like, he continues to be putting up numbers in the polls and putting out some sort of liberal pheromones that people really can't describe on any specific policy level other than, oh damn, this guy got on some testosterone. He got jacked up and he's looking good in these low angles, and you know, I want to feel good about my politician again, and he's virile in a way that, you know, we had Biden before. So I don't know.
That's true. No, it concerns me. I hope the energy stays till 2028, but I'm not fully convinced.
It was kind of a problem for Beto against Ted Cruz back in, what was it, 2018, in that, like, he tried to be, on the one hand, Kennedy-esque, right? Was like Kennedy maxing, and then on the other hand was trying to go gloves off against Trump. And I think you really do just have to pick a lane, otherwise people sniff it out. It depends on who you're running against. Like, if it's if you're up against a weak Republican candidate or crazy Republican, whatever, you can start, or a super MAGA Republican candidate, you can start pulling some of that off in a way that's helpful. But I don't know. I think the evolution is to just go fully gloves off. That seems to me where people are. But that is interesting, Mac, that, like, people, normies, you know, are watching this and they're like, I kind of like that. I like the way things work.
And it's gonna be the same ecosystem in 2028 with the establishment and the media. They're gonna pull out the same arguments. Oh, you know, let's say Abdul runs. Oh, he's not electable. Like, you know, whatever. He sort of has this energy in the Democratic voter base, but like he couldn't win in a general election. They're gonna pull out the same arguments that they did in 2020 and in
electability in the primary.
It's just gonna come down to whether or not the voter base
harm reduction
falls
in the
for
general.
that again.
Wasn't
Party
Beto's
playbook.
Vanity Fair cover "Born to Run"? Wasn't that the tag on his cover?
Yes.
I would like to give that tag to Natalie Harp, her chasing after the golf carts. I think that would be a great tag for her. Born to Run, Miss Natalie. So that's
It's
gonna do it
so
for Miss
undignified.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if
On this podcast. Well, it's the only thing I can think of when I think about Scott Jennings. The word.
Yes.
Wow.
Today's presenting sponsor is Simply Safe Home Security. With end of summer sales happening, your porch is probably a landing pad for delivery boxes while you're at work. Don't get a camera that just films a thief. Choose Simply Safe to help stop them before they even step onto the porch. Unlike traditional security systems that only alert you after a break-in is already underway, Simply Safe is designed to help stop intruders before they get inside. They have smart AI-powered outdoor cameras that detect suspicious activity at the perimeter and alert live U.S.-based agents to step in. Simply Safe agents assess the threat, intervene through the outdoor camera to scare off trespassers, and then call 911 for dispatch. Our CEO just got a Simply Safe system in her home. She says all of the components were installed really quickly. The cameras, the sensors, all of it, everything has worked seamlessly. Even when there was a power outage, the system was back online ASAP after power was restored. Simply Safe.
PSA.
There's a notice story that basically says Donald Trump is seriously considering Scott Jennings for this job, that he is calling around, he's doing this thing where he calls around people and asks, what do you think of Scott? How do you think he's been doing on TV? So this is live that he's thinking about this. But at the very end of, and the notice story, we should say, is basically, the headline is like, Trump is thinking he wants to pick a man because he's had a bunch of women in this job. Who's the only man? Oh, Sean Spicer, right?
Sean Spicer, yeah.
Sean Spicer. So he's thinking of maybe having a man. Scott Jennings was named. Ari Fleischer was named. God help us. And then but at the very end of the notice piece, it ends with this tidbit. Quote, a person close to the White House predicted that all of the attention on the president's close aide, Natalie Harp, could catapult her into the position. So to be fair,
I hope
as
so.
he said, Harper did do a stint on the right-wing outlet One American News Network, OANN, before working for Trump, and where she sounded like a totally normal news anchor. Let's listen.
We can't talk about winning back the House and Senate in 2022 and the White House in 2024 if we don't act on the fact that we actually did win the White House and the Senate in 2020. We shouldn't be afraid to say that because it's true. We the people know America.
You shouldn't be
as we
afraid
know
to say it, but you should be
could
pretty
ending in the
fucking
next
ashamed.
2 or 4 years, which is exactly what President Trump is warning of. It just shows how desperate the Democrats were to find the votes to make up for President Trump's insurmountable lead.
real.
I guess, I mean, not to nitpick here, but I'm not sure she fully clocked what insurmountable meant.
Again, I mean, some real North Korea shit there, so she has that down.
By definition, the lead was quite mountable.
What do you think, Natalie for press secretary? You think that's how this whole thing ends?
I can't imagine Trump separating himself from his human binky for several hours a day while she preps for and does the briefing.
Or her separating herself from him.
Yes, it goes both ways. Yeah, she would, even though it would obviously be a very lucrative position for her in the long run, she would become very famous. She would maybe get to graduate to a network better than OANN, like Newsmax, but she would turn it down because it would require separation from Trump.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair to her, she has more power right now. She's probably one of the most powerful people in the world. In the world right now.
Yes. Yes.
Why would she want to go be White House press secretary?
Yes, she is Geppetto to Trump's Pinocchio, just moving around one tweet at a time.
All right, one more story about women being forced to babysit Trump administration bozos before we move on, because there's two this week.
What a segue.
Jennifer Hegseth, wife of Pete Hegseth, gets a big story in the New York Times today on Thursday, where she's described as her husband's most influential advisor and de facto producer, apparently attending highly sensitive meetings, traveling with her husband to, quote, keep him out of trouble, and conducting job interviews at the Pentagon. What'd you make of that story, Dan? It seemed a bit odd to me.
It's not your normal relationship. But then I tried to think, imagine you or I were Secretary of Defense or something like it.
Okay.
And I know my wife and I know your wife.
They can try.
So
you will pay for them to try.
Both those cases, they would be our closest advisors.
Yes. Although I would ask Emily.
Where did you find out about this?
I don't have time for your boring shit.
No, she'd be producing you.
She would really.
I don't know.
She would get into the production part of it for sure.
I don't think she would be interviewing your press secretaries.
She would not care about the meeting with the Ukrainian officials with the
intel. But they would be deeply involved.
I don't know. My skepticism bells are ringing.
That's true. And clearly they'd have to be on the road with us to keep us out of trouble because when we go on the road,
we've done a lot of traveling together over the years, and we're pretty.
No, it's not about.
It's fine. Oh no. One drink.
It's not about you doing your best. It's about whether this is a scam or not.
Get in a little more trouble. All right. Enough of that. Let's talk about the midterms, where Democratic
they won't have to pay. You'll pay.
The take economy, which is obviously what matters most here. Here's Politico. This is about Tuesday's primary results. Hashtag resistance Democrats are flopping in primaries. Here's Axios. The rise of DSA
I don't
is
know
killing
either,
off
but
resistance
I'm just
1.0 Democrats. And
I don't know.
Most definitively from The Atlantic,
there's a part of me that's like
resistance is over. Those headlines refer in part to Tuesday night's
I don't think there's
results
any
in
way of
Florida,
finding out for sure
where
if you want to know the
Representative
truth.
Angie Nixon, a relatively unknown DSA candidate, won a massive upset against Alexander Vindman in the U.S. Senate Democratic primary.
If you want to try,
you might remember Vindman
go ahead and
as the
try.
former
But
Trump
something
national
about this
security
feels
aide,
off.
From the first administration,
Advertising on
became
Ring,
a national figure as a key witness during
charging you
Trump's 2019
$200
impeachment hearings. That's the first impeachment. Extra points if you can remember what that was about. Vindman was widely expected to win, refused to even debate Nixon, and outraised her by $15 million. She raised less than $1 million total
Another
for
scammer?
a Senate race in Florida and won the primary.
Okay, like
Nixon now advances to the general election.
If you want to
where she'll
try, I
face
understand
Senator
why you want to
Ashley
try,
Moody,
and I'm not going to
who
give you a
took
hard
Marco
time
Rubio's
for it.
seat when he was
I'm
selected
just
as
letting you
Secretary
know
of State.
that it
You
feels
wrote
like
a great
scam.
message box about this result.
I have obviously I have no
encouraging other
evidence to
Democrats
prove that,
to learn
so I
from
could be wrong.
Nixon's unexpected win.
So
tell us about it.
that's-
How'd you win? How'd you
that's
pull
it.
it off? What should other Dems take away?
If you feel like
Nixon,
this is
she
something
mentioned
you have to
something
do to
too.
give
She's
yourself peace of
she's
mind,
a liberal. She joined the DSA during the campaign. But the typical coalition, both historically and in this cycle, for
he won't.
DSA or very progressive members has been
He either got,
young voters,
like,
white college-educated liberals,
picked up,
and a failure to make inroads with black
or
voters and
hurt bad.
voter and more working.
And what I'm saying is, like,
Nixon won here.
If either of those are
she
true,
ran up huge numbers among
then the likelihood
black voters
of finding
in
out what
Florida.
happened is almost zero.
And
You know
she
what I mean?
won the counties that have
That's why I'm
the
saying, like,
largest
the two most
segment
likely
of black
scenarios
voters, She won
is
by
that
30
he
points.
was
Now
hurt
she is
really
from
bad,
Jacksonville in Duval County,
whether
which
it
is
was a
huge
car
slice
or
of
a
black voters.
dog or
But she
something
also
or a
did very well
person,
in the I-4
because people are
corridor,
evil.
which is Tampa and Orlando. She did well in Miami-Dade.
Or
where also a lot
he
of black
got
voters.
picked up
And even
by
more importantly and notable, she did
some
really well in
animal
what's called
control.
the Black Belt in northern Florida, which is the
I know
rural
they
areas
said they
with large
didn't.
black
I know,
communities. She just
but
cleaned up
those
in
are the
those
only two
counties.
possibilities.
And then so she took this really impressive number with black voters.
It could be
and
the
then
person on the
combined it
phone
with
didn't know what they were talking
younger
about.
voters, more progressive
Who
voters,
knows?
more college-educated voters.
It's impossible to tell.
13-point
But when it comes
win
to cat behavior,
in this primary,
if there is an
when you
easy,
wonder why
reliable,
the
secure
these
food
progressive
source,
candidates fail in
they are
truthfully
not
presidential
going to
primaries,
willingly leave
Bernie
that
Sanders,
food
Howard
secure,
Dean, Gary Hart,
reliable
Bill Bradley,
food source.
It's because
You know what I
they
mean?
can do the half of the coalition with young and white voters.
It's just
which can
not
get
going to
them
happen.
through
It's not in their
in the
nature to
old
do
calendar,
that.
Iowa and New Hampshire, and then you get to South Carolina in the South, all these black voters, and the only candidate who's been able to put the coalition together that allowed you to win is Obama, because he had college-educated white liberals, young voters, and black voters at a really high percentage. And so, like, as they think about like how a very progressive Democrat could win the Democratic nomination, it is going to look a lot more like what Angie Nixon did in Florida than Abdul El-Sayed did in Michigan or AOC does in New York or anything like that.
It also reminded me of, I mean, in Florida in 2018, that is basically how Andrew Gillum, running against DeSantis, came so close to winning that state. He didn't win it, but he was a more progressive candidate, did really, really well with black voters, college-educated voters, younger voters, and that was enough to, what was it, like 18,000 votes? Something.
Yeah, it's how he beat Gwen Graham in the
in the primary.
In the primary,
it does seem like Nixon will have quite a bit of an uphill climb, we should say,
Yes.
to win the general election. They, some of the forecasters moved it from, one of them moved it from, I think, likely Republican to safe Republican, and just because I think that now, I will say, I've seen her now do a couple of interviews post race, and
She's
I've like watched her. She's very good, very good. Yeah. And if you did not if they did not report that she was DSA, you would never guess that she was DSA.
Yes, she is a true. This is a lot of.
Oh my God, I
sometimes the
forgot I
DSA
had to deliver
candidates,
this.
Not all of them, but some of them have sort of the. This is not a fair thing, but this was used to describe Francesca Hong with the faculty lounge problem, right? Where how they talk about things, and that's not actually a fair characterization of Francesca Hong's life, who worked herself up as a restaurant owner and a chef. But Angie Nixon is working class. She is a longtime champion of working class voters. She's a community organizer. And so when she communicates like a community organizer, not like some sort of academic who's just sort of studying these problems. She's someone who is deeply embedded in trying to actually solve the problems that working class families are dealing with.
Well, and also she was very, so I think Willie Geist asked her, so do you support abolishing prisons? She's like, no, I don't support abolishing prisons. I support getting rid of for-profit prisons that are being like run horribly and costing us a lot of money and stuff. But like, it was just, she had all the answers. It was very good. The
challenge here is, if there is one state in the country where the DSA label is a problem, in particular, it's Florida, because that so much of the Latino vote in that state has roots in Cuba and Venezuela, and the socialism attacks hit much harder there. It's one of the things that has moved Florida to the right in recent years.
And again, it's a gigantic state, so it's super expensive, and it's not the kind of state where you can say, all right, well, look beyond the label and actually come meet me, because it's too big for that. So that's why it's going to be tough. Anyway, so Vindman wasn't the only quote-unquote resistance figure to lose this cycle. Dan Goldman, lead majority counsel during Trump's 2019 impeachment, Representative Diana DeGette, 2021 House impeachment manager, both lost their primaries to left-wing challengers. Harry Dunn, Capitol Police officer on January 6th, lost his bid for a House seat in Maryland. George Conway, Trump critic, co-founder of the Lincoln Project, Bulwark, came in 5th with just 6% of the vote in the Democratic primary to replace Jerry Nadler. So this has spawned a lot of resistance's overtakes. What do you think about those takes? Do these losses suggest a real trend to you, or is the take machine trying a bit too hard here?
The take machine by definition is always trying a bit too hard.
Fair.
But there is something real here, and it's actually should not be that surprising. The Trump era began 11 years ago when he started running.
Ugh.
He won election a decade ago. It's been a very long time. And that decade actually feels longer than an actual 10 years because of the pandemic. Like here we are struggling to remember, and people who covered it every day, what happened in Trump's impeachment in 2019, because it really feels like 100 years ago.
Ukraine, perfect call. Zelensky was involved, but it was before the war.
Yes, but we didn't even know Zelensky like we know him now. He wasn't even our hero, but just a guy. He's just a comedian who got a job. And so like that's all old and feels like in the past. I think that what has changed is that, and this is a good thing for Democrats, is we do not identify ourselves entirely as in opposition to Trump. And so standing up and fighting Trump is necessary in a Democratic primary politically, but it's insufficient. You have to be fighting for something bigger than that. You have to define yourself as someone who's actually fighting to solve these big problems that I think people over the last year or so have realized are more than just Trump. Like it's a rigged economy, it's people can't get healthcare, and Trump has contributed to that, and he's certainly not helping it. But if you're simply focused on Trump, that's a problem. The other thing that I think defined a lot of these Resistance 1.0 characters is they are institutionalist by nature, right? We were going to bring him down through Robert Mueller. We're going to bring him down through impeachment. And that stuff I think feels dated here and doesn't have this hit in the same way it did before. So those folks are sometimes naturally out of touch with what's going on. But then when you look at each of these individual races, it really wasn't about them being resistance figures. Dan Goldman went down because of a huge dispute over Israel. George Conway was a Republican with relatively low name ID running against a really stacked field of local elected officials like Michael Lesher and Alex Boris.
That was my problem with this, is I just don't think any of the dots connect. Like, yes, what they have in common is they all are, you could call them all resistance figures, but every single race was different for different reasons.
Yes, I think what's notable was how in each of the races, Trump wasn't that big a deal. Like he wasn't the dominant figure in the conversation, which wasn't good for the people who became famous for standing up to Trump.
Well, it's also not just how long we've been doing this, which is a long time. But it's what is coming next, which is like we are almost at the end of the Trump era.
Yeah, you can see the light.
You're right, and so if you're, and this is going to be especially true in the 2028 primaries, but like all of those Democratic candidates that are going to run for president, why would they talk that much about Trump? They'll probably talk about how they're going to fix the damage that Trump has done, but like it's sort of like, we dealt with this in the campaign in 2007, 2008. It's very similar, where there was a lot of Bush bashing, obviously. At some point in that primary, I remember Obama was like, the real question is, like, we know that George Bush isn't coming back as president, and the question is, what's next? Like, what's next for the country, and where are we going to go, and what's going to happen? And like, that's where all these Democratic candidates are going to have to pivot very soon after the midterms.
And then we won the nomination, and we ran approximately $80 million of ads with a video of John McCain getting into a golf cart with George W. Bush.
Well, that will be the campaign against J.D. Vance.
Yes, there will be.
Or if Marco Rubio somehow makes it out, or if anyone is the nominee connected to the Trump administration, yes,
they're going to be in a lot of ads. Yes.
Then that 6 months or 7 months or whatever the campaign, that will all be about Donald Trump. And then, but in terms of a primary and what you're going to do for the country, it's beyond Trump at that point. So I think that's something to keep in mind for people.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Willie's Remedy. Tired of waking up hungover and bloated after your post-work drink? Now you can have fun and relax without the regrets thanks to Willie's THC-infused social tonic. Willie's is an alcohol alternative that actually works, delivering an uplifting, euphoric buzz you can really feel with no negative side effects. Willie's is a premium THC-infused social tonic crafted by the legendary Willie Nelson, who is, as we all know, an expert in the cannabis space. He's done his 10,000 hours for sure. With only 15 calories and just 3 grams of sugar, this tonic gives you all the fun and relaxation and none of the regret. It comes in 5 milligram and 10 milligram doses with a delicious blend of passion fruit, lemon, and lime. Enjoy it as a shot, over ice, or mixed into your favorite mocktail. I also like it in just like a little seltzer water. It tastes perfect. Every bottle is third-party lab tested for accurate dosage so you can trust and customize your experience. One shot helps you relax, unwind, and de-stress. Perfect for taking the edge off after a long day. And it's just as great for socializing, making good company even better. I had a little Willie's earlier this week. I love Willie's. After a long day, it was a great way to just have a little chiller evening, a little chiller bedtime, the family with the kids, and then fall asleep even better than ever. Willie's is the #1 THC-infused beverage in the U.S. with over 350,000 happy customers and over 1 million bottles sold. Order now at drinkwillies.com and use the code CROOKED for 20% off your first order, plus free shipping on orders over $95, or use the store locator to find Willie's on shelves near you, like your local Total Wine, Specs, ABC, or local liquor store.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Cook Unity. I love Cook Unity. I get it every week. Right now in my fridge, I have this Greek gyro, I have this chicken salad. They have a great penne and broccoli and chicken pasta that I really like. They just have a lot of great options. I get 4 every week. It just is so that I know, like, whether it's lunch or dinner when I get home, that a couple times a week I don't have to think about it. I just have a great meal from Cook Unity. Cook Unity is the first chef-led meal delivery service that makes your meals in small batches inside local micro kitchens across the U.S., not factories. So every dish arrives with the kind of freshness you'd get at the restaurant itself. Meals from Michelin-star chefs, James Beard winners, and Food Network stars. Go to cookunity.com/crooked or use code CROOKED before checkout for 50% off your first week. Cook Unity works with some of the best chefs in the country to bring creative, delicious meals to your door. There are hundreds of dishes to choose from, and the menu is updated constantly. Over 10 different dietary preferences: high protein, low sodium, GLP-1, pescatarian, gluten-free, and more. Over 25 global cuisines: Mediterranean, Korean, Thai, Mexican, Italian, and more. Taste what happens when real award-winning chefs make fresh, small batch meals just for you. Go to cookunity.com/crooked or enter code CROOKED before checkout to get 50% off your first order. That's 50% off your first order by using code CROOKED or going to cookunity.com/.
I guess that's not happening.
Let's turn to Alaska. Former Democratic Congresswoman Mary Peltola was the top vote getter in the state's jungle primary on Tuesday, where she outperformed Republican Dan Sullivan by 5.4 points with 98% of the vote reported. Alaska, unsurprisingly, takes a while to count. There's still some few rural areas coming in. The top 4 vote getters now advance to the November runoff election, which is expected to include the other Dan Sullivan, Dan J. Sullivan Jr., a retired school teacher who Republicans maintain entered the election to sabotage the nominee Dan S. Sullivan, and whose candidacy is now being probed by Trump's DOJ, who got a grand jury to subpoena witnesses connected to the campaign. Before we get to that, let's start with Peltola's results. What did you make of her outperforming the real Dan Sullivan, and what it may or may not portend for the general election, which will happen in a couple months?
It was certainly a good sign because she won by 5 points. Even if you gave all of the fake Dan Sullivan's votes to the real Dan Sullivan, she still wins by 2.5 points. Yeah. So that is good. Now, so it's a positive sign. Now, it's worth just noting that about 133,000 people, I think, voted in this primary. The last Senate race had twice that in 2022 when Murkowski was up. So, and probably even more this time because this will be a more competitive race. So this is only about half the electorate in Alaska voting. But look, a 5-point lead or a very Republican is 13, say Trump won by 13 points, is a great place to be in August of the election year.
What about Dan J. Sullivan? Do you think he's on the ballot come November, or is the DOJ going to intimidate him off the ballot? I know there was already a ruling that he could be on the ballot from, I believe, the state Supreme Court.
I think they are going to try to intimidate him and get him off the ballot. Like, why else would they be doing this? They think if this is a very, very close race, then Dan J. Sullivan could be very bad for Dan S. Sullivan, if I think I did that correctly.
You did.
But he seems pretty committed to his goal of being senator.
And confusing people. I think it's cool.
His goal, he wants to serve people in Alaska, John.
Of course, yeah.
Don't make the DOJ's case for them.
I don't want to get a subpoena. Yeah, I know nothing. You're
gonna end up in an ad.
This is the first I've heard about this.
Yeah.
First I've heard about this Dan Sullivan character. I don't know. I'm gonna look into it. Maybe he's gonna be a great leader for Alaska. Who knows? Anyway, that's Alaska. On the other side of the country in South Carolina, Congressman Ralph Norman and Darlene Graham will face off in next week's runoff election to decide which of them will replace Senator Lindsey Graham on the November ballot. Darlene, who's currently serving out the remainder of her brother's term, was the top vote getter in the first round of the primary and has Donald Trump's endorsement. He will be campaigning for her in the state on Friday, apparently. But during her one and only debate with Norman this week, she gave one hell of an answer to a question about foreign policy. Let's listen.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Are Taiwan and the South China Sea national security issues for the United States? And if so, why or how?
I'm just going to be honest here. I'm not on national security. I'm not that informed on national security, but I do support the military. My brother was in the Air Force for 33 years. So I will do everything I can to support the military. My dad was in the Army. I'm not a polished politician up here. National security is not my thing, not my area of expertise, but I do support the military.
In case I didn't make it clear the first
that
time,
might actually benefit
I will
her.
say a second time that national security is not my thing. And just to be extra clear, I'll say one more time, I am not an expert on national security, just to make sure you have all the context you
I don't
need
see
for the
that as being a
ad,
bad
and that
answer.
you don't have to infer anything.
Because you can learn.
Rough, Dan. Rough.
Right there is exactly why you don't pick people.
I
with no
don't see it.
qualifications to be
Unfortunately,
senator just
I
because they're
don't agree with
blood
these
relatives
guys.
of the previous senator.
Yeah. I kind of hope she wins the primary. Because
she wins the general. She wins the special.
I think. No, what I'm saying is, obviously South Carolina is a long shot here. I do think that Annie Andrews is the Democrat running on the Democratic side, and before Lindsey Graham passed away, there were polls that had her.
This is really annoying me.
She has raised a lot of money. Again, still a huge long shot, but I think she probably, at this point, I think it's an easier race. I think she has a better chance against Darlene Graham than she does Ralph Norman, even though Ralph Norman is like Freedom Caucus crazy.
Something over
I
here.
think that's right. I think that's right. Yeah, 100%. That this is, we just randomly pass this Senate seat along like it's the Iron Throne to the next person, regardless of how unqualified they are. Yes, I think that, like,
get
once again,
out of here.
hard state, we have been quite burned by summer polls in South Carolina Senate races before.
For sure. For sure.
Look, in a very Democratic year with a very, very bad candidate and a good Democratic candidate, Annie Andrews.
Really?
Anything is potentially on the table.
And it'll also be interesting to see, you know, Trump's endorsement, going to campaign for her. Does that, like, Trump has now had a couple endorsements that haven't gone well, including Tuesday night.
He lost 3 on Tuesday night.
3 on Tuesday night. So, and this will be pretty high profile if she goes down. So
this is going to be the real to tell the people who can't within the Democratic Party who can pass the marshmallow test, because the short-term one marshmallow benefit is we all get to dunk on Trump next Wednesday if she loses, but then they definitely get the Senate seat. If we can delay gratification to November, we might have a shot at an extra Senate seat.
Yeah, everyone practice being like, "Oh, Trump's endorsement still matters." That Donald Trump, his grip on the party is still strong. Everyone just practice that for a little bit. All right. So one issue that does seem to be panicking Republican campaigns all across the country right now is data centers. Earlier this week, Axios reported that the NRSC, the Republican Senate campaign arm, sent a memo to AI companies warning them that voters' opinions on data centers may lose them the Ohio Senate race. The memo details how Sherrod Brown has made opposition to data centers a, quote, centerpiece of his campaign, and warns the companies that if Republican nominee John Husted loses, quote, data centers will get the blame, politicians across the country will take notice, and they will not go near the next one. The NRSC goes on to ask the companies to, quote, fix how Ohioans see data centers, I guess by not having them, though they don't say that. More broadly, data center backlash has forced elected officials and candidates in both parties to recalibrate their messaging. For example, the Republican in Wisconsin's gubernatorial race, Tom Tiffany, is running ads now calling his opponent Data Center David Crowley. First of all, what do you think of the NRSC's strategy of pleading with AI companies on this one? What do you think they're up to there?
Well, the text is we're pleading with the AI companies to do a better job of PR for data centers. The subtext is we want the AI companies through their Leading the Future super PAC that has $120 million or so in the bank to spend money to help make sure that John Husted wins, because if John Husted loses, everyone will read that as being a loss due entirely to data centers, and it'll be very, very bad for the industry's ability to build data centers around the country, because then every Democrat, every Republican will be anti-data center. So it is just basically a fundraising ask to get these super PACs to come in here and help Husted.
And I'm just going to throw out a guess here, but if the super PACs do come in and help Husted, I wonder if they will go the route of AIPAC and maybe not run ads trying to make data centers more appealing and defending data centers, but perhaps run ads against Sherrod Brown on unrelated topics that they think they have a better political argument on, because that seems to be what super PACs do these days.
If you are a super PAC representing a very, very unpopular interest group, then yes, that's what you're going to do.
Yeah. So here's how Sherrod is talking about data centers and his opponent.
Ohio's electric grid. Big corporations treat it like a game, gobbling up energy to feed their data centers, no matter how much it raises our prices. It's the latest way they've rigged the system, costing the average Ohioan thousands of dollars, with prices still going up. I'm Sherrod Brown, and I'll require the data centers pay the full cost of their electricity, not you. They don't get to play games with your energy bill. That's why I approve this message.
What do you think of that ad? What do you think of this debate in general, which is now popping up in, I mean, we mentioned Ohio, but and Wisconsin, but it's happening in races all across the country. Gubernatorial races, House races, Senate races, it's everywhere.
Just as an organic plug, it makes it organic if I say it, that next week on Monday, we're going to have a whole special on data center ads that Brian Tyler Cohen and I did on the Crooked YouTube channel, so people should check that out, part of our Political Experts React series. But this is, you're right, this is happening everywhere. It's a huge issue in Texas where Gina Hinojosa and Greg Abbott are competing to see who could be the most anti-data center. She has an incredible ad that Brian and I watched that is where she asks a AI chatbot about why electricity prices are so high and what's happening in data centers. Just today in Michigan, Mike Rogers came out for a 1-year moratorium on data centers. Josh Shapiro, who had been very pro data center,
I wonder which
data center. He has an attack ad up today.
I wonder which party is most likely to be legitimately against.
This is, I think, potentially the signature issue.
Which party is most likely to have candidates that are legitimately against data centers?
Galvanizes
because
Democrats and Republicans.
We know that some are not really.
Is 2/3 don't want a data center in their community. 2/3 think the data centers are being built too fast. People are very concerned about the impact of AI, and data centers represent several things in one fell swoop for people. Fear about AI, fear about an economy that's leaving them behind, a lack of control with these big tech overlords who are making decisions for their lives, a crooked system where they're all giving money to politicians and to Trump and building ballrooms so that they can do whatever they want, and most importantly, affordability, because the states where the data center issue is the biggest, Texas and Maine in particular, it's around where they have the highest electricity and utility prices. And so this, like, you're going to see every politician is going to, it's going to be very hard to find a politician who's going to be pro data center other than Donald Trump, who's out there every day talking about why data centers are great. And it's like just an incredible contrast for Democrats, because Mike Rogers can be for a moratorium. Tom Tiffany can sort of lie about his position. But at the end of the day, they are Trump Republicans, and Trump wants to build a data center on every corner in America.
Democrats have had a couple different positions on this, different Democratic candidates. There is the moratorium. We want just a moratorium on data centers, no data centers. And then there is, and I think this is where Tom Tiffany thought he had an opening with David Crowley, and Josh Shapiro, similarly with his executive order that he just signed, sort of has this position, which is no data centers unless all of these conditions are met. And so I think in Pennsylvania now, you can't even get a permit from the state for a data center unless it is approved by the local community. Yeah. And also they have to pay for all of their own costs, all of the higher electricity rates.
I'll be right back.
It gets into the weeds here. I went down a rabbit hole on this. You can't have them pay for all of the potential increases in electricity because it's spread across multiple states, right? Which is a problem. But there's a big part of the power generation and the electricity that they can pay for to hold ratepayers, to hold everyone else harmless on this, right? So that you don't have higher rates because of this. There's also, like, they can do stuff about the water issues and the energy issues, and then you can, as opposed to some states that have been giving tax breaks to data centers, which seems crazy to me now. Yeah. There's states like Virginia, and there was a big story about Loudoun County where there's more data centers than anywhere else, which basically the data centers have to pay so much in tax revenue to the community where they're in, that these communities now, like Loudoun County, are becoming, like, you're getting all these property tax cuts, and you're building these great schools and giving teachers raises. And so it's like, you can set out all these conditions for data centers that could help a community and could still get them built, or you could say no moratorium, that's it. Do you think that a Democrat with a position like Shapiro, like David Crowley, do you think that's still a politically good position to have and still gives you the contrast you need against Republicans?
I think it is. A moratorium is a much cleaner position And I think the way to think about a moratorium is, it is not an argument that we'll never build data centers again. It's that if you want to build a data center, you have to negotiate with the local community. In the starting, and I'm cribbing from another organic plug, a very excellent conversation you had with Faz Shakir on Offline about politics in general, but you dug deep on data centers because More Perfect Union, his organization, has done a lot of work here. Is the point of the moratorium says our view is no data center. If you want to build a data center, you're going to have to come to us and you're going to have to meet our demands. And here's what our demands are. And what's important is the local community. This is why the tax incentives are so stupid, is the local communities have the leverage here.
Yes.
These companies are desperately to trying to get the data. These communities are desperately need these data centers to continue building their large language models, to do their work, and so they need it. And if we don't get data centers, they're fucked. And so to use that to make decisions about where it is, how much they're going to pay, what standards are going to be in place, how are they going to protect the community from
harmful environmental
impacts, the increased costs, all of those things. Because there are going to be, this was Crowley's point when I talked about this, which is it was not delivered in the most politically savvy way because of the politics here, but there are communities in Wisconsin and other places that are in rural areas that are looking for an economic engine of some kind. And so they're open to this idea. And what the AI companies were doing before.
Because originally I was like, but they don't even create that many jobs. Like there's jobs building the data center, and then there's like a couple security guards, that's exaggeration, but like they don't create a ton of jobs, but the revenue that they could potentially provide that is like a constant stream of a fuckload of revenue to a community, like that lets the community do quite a bit of good.
Previously, I think the AI companies were taking advantage of these communities, and now the communities have gotten organized. They are pushing back. They're getting support from leaders like Shapiro or Tony Evers or others to be able to go into these negotiations and come out ahead and then make an honest decision. Is this the right thing for our community? Based on our economic needs, our environmental concerns, but at least they have a fighting chance against these companies instead of just essentially bribing the local council and moving in and getting it done before anyone even has a chance to blink.
I totally agree with you though, and I think it's a really smart way to think about it, which is it is much easier and cleaner and more accessible to say like, yes, I want a data center moratorium. And then when someone says, oh, no data center built forever, then you're like, no, a moratorium unless a whole bunch of conditions are met. And then you can, or unless you negotiate with the local community and everyone's conditions are met in the local community where it's going to have the biggest impact, as opposed to saying like, well, I kind of like data centers, but I need this, that, and the other thing. Like just for political communication here, I do think it's easier to just talk about a moratorium. Okay. Up next, you will hear Lovett's interview with Iowa's Democratic Senate nominee, Josh Turek.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Jolie. If you struggle with chronic skin concerns like dryness, sensitivity, breakouts, or scalp issues, you've probably tried a lot of products with ingredients that promise to address them. But what about the ingredient with which your skin comes into the most frequent contact? Your home's water. Water quality majorly affects your skin and hair, so give both the best chance by switching to a Jolie shower filter. If you have hard water, like most of us do here in LA, Jolie is the solution to filter out chlorine, heavy metals, and everything else you don't want in your water that can damage your skin and hair. The Jolie shower head installs in minutes, fits all showers, delivers amazing pressure, and elevates any space. This small upgrade can make a big difference in how your skin and hair feel all year long. Plus, the sleek aesthetic of the Jolie shower head means your bathroom will instantly feel more chic. A bunch of folks here on the team have installed some Jolie shower heads in their homes. They say it's very easy to do. It takes only a couple of minutes, and that you get better water flow. The water pressure is really great. And also, you will notice a difference in your skin and hair once you get all that. I don't know, what the hell is in hard water? What makes it hard or soft?
I think it's calcium.
Crap. Anyway,
I'm not sure.
You don't want that in your hair or your skin. Try Jolie risk-free for 60 days by going to jolieskinco.com/crooked. That's jolieskinco.com/crooked. jolieskinco.com/crooked. Jolie is also available on Amazon and Costco, both online and in-store.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Built. Here's a question. Are you getting rewarded for paying your rent or mortgage right now? If the answer is no, you need to check out Built. Becoming a Built member means earning points on every housing payment, no matter where you live. Built points can be redeemed for flights, hotels, Lyft rides, Amazon.com purchases, future housing payments, and more. It's great to use it for Lyft rides. It's great to use it for gift cards. You can use it on Amazon.com. Built's new AI neighborhood concierge doesn't just answer questions, it executes tasks. From paying your rent and hailing a Lyft to booking dinner reservations across 50,000 plus partners, it handles your to-do list while automatically applying your member benefits. So first, download the Built app. Second, link any credit or debit card to the app so purchases at your local spots become even more rewarding. And third, ask the neighborhood concierge in the app pretty much anything, and it'll alert you about exclusive member benefits near your home. Download the Built app and join the membership for where you live at joinbuilt.com/crooked. That's JOINBILT.com/crooked. Use our link so they know we sent you.
Hey, it's John. Last year, 2,500 people joined us at CrookedCon for conversations with some of the smartest organizers, least annoying politicians, and most interesting voices in politics about how to fix this mess. We're doing it again, November 5th through the 7th in Washington, D.C., with even more podcast panels and workshops. Plus, there will be drinks, which we'll need after the midterms, no matter which way they go. Get your tickets at crookedcon.com, where we'll also announce the lineup. If you're a Friends of the Pod subscriber, a limited number of discounted tickets are still available. Get them before they run out. See you at CrookedCon.
So I'd love to talk to you about your endorsement from Barack Obama, which you announced last month with a video. Let's just start with a clip.
Ball game. Who's got next?
I got it. You ready for me, Josh?
I'm ready.
Let's go. We playing horse or what?
We're playing Iowa.
Tell me how things are going out there.
Everywhere we go, urban areas, rural areas, people are ready for change.
Oh, I thought I had that one. That's Iowa right there, buddy. A lot of people have heard me say this. Of all the things I've done in politics, Iowa was my favorite thing. There was just a magic about regular folks showing up in gyms
like this,
and just talking out. How do we move our state forward? How do we move the country forward?
Well, I'll tell you what, people all across Iowa are saying that they're feeling that hope, that optimism for the first time in a long time.
That's my sense. That's what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
First of all, just how did that video come together, and what was it like actually shooting it on that day?
Sure. It came together. I was in Chicago, and I ended up meeting with David Axelrod through a colleague of mine in the Iowa legislature, and sat down, was trying to convince him on Iowa that this thing is absolutely winnable. We could be seat number 51 in the U.S. Senate. And when we finished, he texted me and said, look, I'd love to be helpful however I can. I said, I've got this crazy idea where we've been including basketball so much and playing Iowa with people, going to the YMCA in Des Moines. And I said, I've got this crazy idea where all I need is President Obama just raise his hand 5 times, just 5 shots. And he said, well, let me see what I can do. And 48 hours later, texted me back and said, I think he's interested. I think this thing is going to happen. And came together, and incredible. I mean, my political hero. It was a surreal moment as I'm shooting and I'm looking over and I'm like, oh my God, I'm playing horse against, or as we're calling it, Iowa, against President Obama. And honestly, a great shooter, really, really good shooter.
I will say, my first reaction when I saw the ad was, wow, I am shocked that he agreed to film an ad that is about him missing shots and ultimately losing the game. He must really want to do this because he's competitive. And this is like, oh, they're going to show you winning and you're going to show the times where he's like missing shots. Like he must have been a little reluctant.
Well, we didn't know who was going to win. We played a legit.
No, I'm not suggesting it was a rigged game. I'm not suggesting that, but he still obviously was he was going to be shown missing.
Yeah, we came out. Here's what I'll say. He came out. He missed his first shot or 2. I gave him a letter. He gave me a letter. Because I'm having one of those surreal moments. I'm looking over like, oh my God, I'm playing President Obama. I ended up beating him IOWA to I, but he was talking trash to me the entire game. He's like, look, I'm not going to let you win. I said, Mr. President, with all due respect, I'm certainly not going to let you win. I have a reputation here. I'm a 2-time gold medalist. I'm a 4-time Paralympian. Like, I'll never hear the end of it if I let you beat me.
You're a pro. He's got to go down.
That's right.
So, on the other hand, I saw a post recently. So Trump said that you are lazy. Donald Trump has accused you of being lazy. Now, when you were recuperating from 21 surgeries or being bullied by other kids or training for the Paralympics or being cut 6 times and then winning multiple gold medals or dragging your own wheelchair up the stairs to canvass for votes, do you ever stop to think about how much further you could go in life if you weren't such a lazy piece of shit?
I found that one fascinating because so much of my story is overcoming adversity. As you said, grew up in a working class family, working class community where we went to the Goodwill for clothes, shared clothes, 21 surgeries by the age of 12. I had my first surgery at 1 day old. And then, as you said, I was cut 6 straight years from the national team. I kept coming back year after year after year saying, eventually I'm going to get good enough. You can ask any one of my national team teammates. I was absolutely one of the hardest workers. And to win, I represent the reddest district that's represented by a Democrat in the Iowa legislature. The 2 communities I represent, Trump won Carter Lake by 18 points and won Council Bluffs by 10 points. I was able to win by 6%. And I went out every single day, rain or shine, hot or cold, dragging my wheelchair upstairs to have conversations with independents and Republicans because the math just didn't work any other way. And so I almost got a chuckle out of saying, you're lazy. It's like, if nothing else, I'm an unbelievably hard worker. And truthfully, I'm really proud of my time in the Iowa legislature. When I first joined the legislature, I was told outright, you'll never get a subcommittee, you'll never get a committee, you'll certainly never get anything signed by the governor. And I said, I refuse. I'm the first permanently physically disabled member of the Iowa legislature. I'm like, you can teach a monkey to come up here and push the red button over and over. I've got to get stuff done. And so I did the hard work behind the scenes that nobody will ever hear about. Building relationships, finding stretch bail fellows where we can disagree on 90% of policy, but we're going to agree on this one thing that's going to really help people. And I was able to be one of the most effective and one of the most bipartisan members of the Iowa legislature. I think that's what people want.
Yeah, you recently put out an ad talking about your bipartisan record, including your willingness to work with Trump if you're elected to the Senate. I just want to understand the voters you're trying to reach. And like when I see that ad, I think, oh, there's a hump you're trying to get people over. There's a bunch of people out there that may be dissatisfied with the state of things in Iowa and the country, but they're a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of voting for a Democrat. And I'm just curious what you're trying to say to those people and what it's like being out talking to those kinds of voters.
I believe to my core that more than Republican versus Democrat, I think particularly in Iowa, I think what people want is they want a representative that is going to do the hard work behind the scenes. That what they want is they want a representative that is going to work to solve people's problems through policy, but through bipartisan policy. And so what I want them to understand about me is I'm not an overt tribalist. I'm a common sense prairie populist. So my political North Star is always what's best for Iowa, what's best for Iowans, what's best for the middle class, what is best for our workers. And I think we've got to get back to this country over party mentality. And so I say, I agree with President Trump that we shouldn't have tax on tips or overtime, or that we need to drive private equity out of housing. Fight like hell where and when we need to, but also be willing to do the work behind the scenes to provide solutions to people's problems, because I think that's what Iowans demand. And so I think that's the purpose of that.
So you recently stopped by the Iowa Speedway to talk to voters. Part of what politics is today is the fight on the ground to break through the assumptions people have based on what they're seeing on Fox News, based on what they're seeing on social media, including just getting people to kind of not adopt the tone of what politics has on the internet. And I'm just curious what it's like being on the trail in Iowa, in red places, at a NASCAR event where there's going to be a lot of people that are not just independents or moderates or maybe Republicans who are unhappy with Trump, but true diehards for Trump. And if you've had any interesting conversations with some of those people on the campaign trail.
It's been great. My favorite thing about doing this is I love people. I love being able to get out there, talk to people, hear their stories, hear what they're going through. And then when you're willing to listen to people is when you can actually, think about, well, here's a solution that we could provide to them through policy. I love being able to get all over the state too, a state that I was born in, raised in. We've got 99 counties. It's a beautiful state. Really, really good people. There truly is an Iowa nice. I've been all over the country, all over the world. There is a uniqueness to the people of Iowa. But I think that modern politics, the coin of the realm now, is meeting people about politics in an apolitical fashion. So that's why the Obama video, we include so much basketball. Bring them in with the basketball, then talk to them about politics. I did RAGBRAI, the Des Moines Register's great annual bike ride across Iowa. I did day one. I did 60 miles, the hottest day, the hilliest day, the humidest day. But there was 40,000 riders out there, being able to talk to people, engage with them, and the same with NASCAR. So part of this, for me, is I think that a mistake that too many Democrats have made over the last decade in my state is they have thought about this math problem incorrectly. They thought we've just got to maximize turnout in the urban areas, Polk County, Johnson County. But ultimately, we're a rural state. And so you've got to be willing to go into the Lion's Den. You got to be willing to go into all 99 counties, every one of these mid-sized small communities, and go and talk to them. And what I've learned representing a really red district is you won't win every single one of them over, but you will win enough to trim the margins. And every one of those Republicans that we win over is a double vote. One out of her column and one of my column.
But what's it? I'm really actually okay. Those are the people you're getting, and those are the people you want to get to win this race. But Iowa is a state that sent Tom Harkin to the Senate for 30 years. Barack Obama won it twice. It then shifted to the right and swung very hard to Trump, right? Like, what are you hearing from the people, like, in terms of the long road of kind of getting people to see either Democrats in a different way or politics in a different way? I'm curious about what those conversations are like with the people you're not going to get, right? Like, you're talking to people, you're not winning them all over. What are those conversations like? What are they missing, right? You're running against somebody that voted to cut healthcare in Iowa, to fund the war in Iran. So, I mean, it's deeply unpopular, but there are people that are going to be upset about that, but still be unable to vote for you. And I'm curious what that is like.
I've had a handful of conversations even with some Republicans when I was on RAGBRAI, and they said, you don't have my vote, but I've got a whole lot of respect for you. And certainly I appreciate that. But what I'll tell you is, regardless of where I am in the state of Iowa, urban areas, rural areas, I keep hearing the exact same story, which is Iowans are struggling just to keep food on the table, a roof above their head, pay their electric bill, and now with this war in Iran, be able to put gas in their tank. I think that a couple of things. Iowa we basically hit the bottom. We're one of 3 states already seeing our economy contract. We're basically dead last for every healthcare metric. Just since Ashley Hinson's been elected, 842 healthcare entities have closed in Iowa. And she's voting for cuts to healthcare. I mean, 110,000 Iowans are going to lose their healthcare outright because of her votes. 119,000 Iowans seeing their healthcare premiums double or triple, or horror stories like I've heard, quadruple. We're a state that we were basically the gold standard in public education. We've precipitously dropped down from the gold standard now down to the bottom half because of giving private schools public money. We've got a water quality crisis that's not being addressed. We've got a cancer crisis. We're basically the only state with a growing cancer rate, second highest rates behind Kentucky. And now we lead the nation in farm foreclosures, largely driven by the tariffs. But also, I think this war in Iran, which Ashley Hinson has voted in favor of continuing 6 times, 4 times in favor of the tariffs, it has disproportionately hurt Iowa. We've lost 3 Iowans in the conflict. And then you're looking at this driving up fuel cost, fertilizer cost, and diesel cost, which is disproportionately hurting the farm communities. This is a state that is really hurting, that is ready for change. Everywhere that we're going, people are saying to me, this is not the Iowa I know. This is not the state that I grew up in. We need change both at the state level and the federal level. And I think that a common sense prairie populist like myself is where they're willing to park their votes. But it's a state that's ready for change.
So your opponent, votes for the big, beautiful bill, votes to send more money to the Pentagon, additional funding for the war in Iran, also really didn't just a lot of Republicans kind of held their nose and thought Doge was kind of okay. They were unsure where to. She's a huge fan of Doge, part of the Doge caucus. Like, it seems like that just seems like bad politics to me, kind of unabashedly so. Is it just about getting Elon Musk to drop money in the state? Is she like, what is your argument against Ashley Hinson? And why is it that this is somebody running for the Senate in Iowa who seems to be not really even worried about her past positions in the race? It's confusing.
She comes out when she announces that she's going to run for the U.S. Senate. She says, I want to be Donald Trump's best ally in the U.S. Senate. Says nothing about Iowa, nothing about Iowans, nothing about the middle class, a state that is hurting, farm economy that's collapsing, cancer rates, etc. Yeah, she has voted for cuts to healthcare, to food assistance, just to give tax breaks to billionaires. It's been a level of essentially naked corruption with her. She is now up to 10 times more wealthy than when she entered Congress just 6 years ago, taken $50,000 of taxpayer money to give herself a luxury DC apartment. I think the calculus was she looks at a state that Trump carries by 12 points. And she says, all I need to do is just get Trump voters to turn out and vote for me. And I'm just going to have a cakewalk to the United States Senate. But this is a fundamentally different state. And I don't think she was prepared for a common sense prairie populist like myself with proven results of being able to win over independents and moderate Republicans. And we're getting big turnouts, particularly in the rural areas. Of 30% of Iowa voters are independents. And so these are the kingmakers. But we're also getting a lot of card-carrying Republicans that have said, voted for Trump, voted for Ernst, voted for Grassley, even voted for Hinson. And enough's enough. We need change. We need change at the state level and the federal level. And I think this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity that we've got in Iowa to not just change the state, but in Trump's first midterm in Iowa, we won 3 of the 4 congressional races. We got an amazing opportunity here to change the country just in Iowa. And I think come November, we're going to do something really special.
It seems like part of what the Republicans are counting on is that not only is this a Trump state, but that the Democratic brand is so tarnished that they can overwhelm the ways in which you are unique as a candidate to try to kind of ride on the idea that like, oh, people just generally find Democrats, I don't know, annoying, whatever it might be. How much is being a Democrat a hindrance to you? And what would you like the Democratic, like if you asked Iowans or the people you're trying to reach, like what does the Democratic Party mean to you? What would you like it to be in people's minds?
The reason why I'm a Democrat and what the Democratic Party means to me is because I think at its essence, it's fighting for the little guy. And so I'm always reminded of a quote from JFK where it's, why do you align politically the way that you do? Because I believe in looking forward, not back. Because I care about people's wages, their jobs, their health care, their schools, their civil rights. I think that's the essence of why I'm a Democrat. And I think that at our best, that's really who we are and what we stand for. I think that going forward, especially if we're going to win in prairie states like Iowa, it has to be really clear that we are the party of the people, party of the middle class, party of the workers. That's why I define myself as a common sense prairie populist. And that's certainly the way forward. We can't be the lesser of two evils. We can't just be a corporate version. We've got to go out there with really, really clear ideas. And the other thing that I say, I am just absolutely laser focused on cost, corruption, kitchen table issues. That's what this election's about. The issues that apply to 3.2 million Iowans. So that's a livable wage, affordable housing, affordable healthcare, affordable pharmaceuticals, drinkable water, addressing the cancer rates, functioning public schools, infrastructure, and addressing corruption. And that's a corruption in terms of the need for campaign finance reform, but that's also going out there and talking about the need for ethics reforms, term limits, banning members of Congress from owning and trading stocks, because people like my opponent, Ashley Hinson, shouldn't be going up to DC and in 6 years becoming 10 times more wealthy. Or putting a provision in place where I believe that every single member of Congress should be forced to have at least one annual town hall, because I believe that members of Congress should be accountable to their constituents, to the people, not just to the billionaires, the large corporations, the donors, and the lobbyists. That's what I'm focused on, and that message is clearly resonating with Iowans.
How much money is coming in to the state from outside groups? Like, how much are you worried about that? Like, and what are you like? Sort of, what can people listening do to kind of help right now?
If they want to see us be able to win this U.S. Senate race, if they care about the country, they care about addressing corruption, if they want to have somebody that's going to be in there fighting for the people, not just for the billionaires and the large corporations, certainly join us. Go to TurekForIowa.com and chip in a few dollars, because I'm not taking any corporate PAC money in this. Ashley Hinson, she's sitting on already $50 million between all the PACs and the super PAC money. The state's being flooded with it because we've got, congressional races, an attorney general race that's going to be a competitive gubernatorial race, and this Senate race. And it's funny, I was just with my parents the other day, and my mom gave me a stack of mailers that she had received. And it's just, out of state, super PAC, super PAC, super PAC. So the money's there, but this is a real chance for us to have, to win this and be able to change the state and change the country and have a voice in the United States Senate from Iowa, like what we had for so long. For 30 years, we had Senator Tom Harkin, my political hero, the father of the American with Disabilities Act. And I believe that this is our opportunity to have someone in the U.S. Senate that's going to be fighting for the people, fighting for Iowa and Iowans, and fighting for social and economic justice. And these social safety nets have allowed so many of us to be successful, like Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and not just like what Ashley Hinson has done, just enriched herself and just looked out for the haves, for the billionaires and the large corporations. That's the opportunity that we've got this year in Iowa.
So I married a Minnesotan, and so I've married into the best state fair in the country, but I would love to hear why the Iowa State Fair is second best.
The Iowa State Fair is incredible. And have you been to the Iowa State Fair?
No, I've only been to the Minnesota State Fair.
Okay, well then you've got to come to ours before you make a final determination. Okay. But I know that people in Minnesota will say, well, we get a few more people in the door than Iowa, so ours is better. Iowa State Fair is absolutely amazing. You've got animals from every part of the state, so many unique people, unbelievable amounts of crazy food. I was eating pickled pizza and deep fried Oreos. Hot dogs, corn dogs. I had a corn dog with peanut butter and jelly on it, which honestly, pretty decent. And then you've got all these games and just people from all over the state. And it's beauty and a great energy. I did my Iowa soapbox there. And look, there were some people there with signs that were clearly not in favor of me, but they were respectful. And afterwards, I heard from a lot of people who said, look, Josh, I'm an independent. I didn't think I was going to vote for you, but I like what you said. I like who you are. I like what you stand for. You got my vote coming November.
Here are some of the current items that you can get at the Iowa State Fair. You can get these are all on a stick. Bacon cheeseburger corn dog, hot Cheeto mozzarella corn dog, rattlesnake corn dog, jumbo plumper footlong corn hot dog, dilly dog. What's a dilly dog? I don't know what a dilly dog is. Chicken bacon ranch waffle on a stick.
Okay.
Star spangled swine.
Yeah. Well, why not?
That's pork belly with an apple chipotle rub, bacon pecan pie on a stick. And finally, and this is, I found mystifying, something called yummy thing on a stick. Oh. No other information provided. Are you aware of what the yummy thing is and what the thing we'd be eating would be?
I am not, but I will certainly be back there again a handful of times. And so I will definitely try the yummy thing on a stick. But yeah, anything on a stick and anything that can be deep fried, we've got it there at the Iowa State Fair. It really is. It's just absolutely incredible. I've loved it. And I was also able to clean them out of a few stuffed animals that I ended up giving to my wife.
Nice.
With the shooting games, which I was proud of.
Coming like a ringer. I will say, a little disappointing to see that acai bowls and caprese salad on a stick made it onto the menu. I feel like the socialists must be stopped. But shrimp corn dog was listed as a health food, which I think is actually kind of makes me feel America's going to be okay.
Yeah.
I did want to ask, you talked about being bullied as a kid. Have any of the people that, to the point where you did leave school, or you almost left school?
Yeah, in 6th grade, I left public school and went to a small private school that my aunt was running. It only had a handful of kids in there, 8, 9 kids. And then I went back and finished public school. I went back for high school.
Have you ever heard from any of the kids that bullied you? Have you ever seen them again now that you've kind of risen?
I've run into a handful of them. Look, when it's tough growing up disabled, it's tough growing up in the kind of economic situation that I grew up in. I have run into a few of them. I don't hold it against them. You know, you're young, you're a kid. We all make mistakes when we're that young. They were probably going through a lot themselves. But I will say this. I certainly would never want to go through again what I went through. I mean, the 21 surgeries by the age of 12. I spent a lot of time up at Shriners Hospital by myself, you know, full body cast. You can imagine a full body cast as a kid in the summer heat in Iowa with the humidity. And we didn't have air conditioning through the whole house. So you're taking a hanger just to try to itch yourself. So I went through some really, really tough times. But what I believe is those that come out of that sort of circumstance, I believe that it creates a mental strength and a character that can't be broken. And I think it has uniquely prepared me well for what this is. I say to people all the time, they'll say, Josh, thanks for running. Thanks for what you're doing. I know how hard this is. And I say, this is really, really difficult. In a life of hard things, including winning gold medals, this is harder than winning gold medals. But I say, this is not the hardest thing that I've gone through. And the thing for me is because I have gone through the level of economic struggle and healthcare struggle, I have a different level of empathy and a different level of fight. And I think I really do believe to my core, that is what is missing in DC. We got 73 millionaires in DC, a lot of people that have come from privilege. You don't have a lot of people that have had to worry about missing a meal, keeping a roof above their head, or healthcare struggles. You know, like, oh, where's my direct care worker going to come from? Medicaid wait list, things like that. And this is what we're missing. And I know I have that fight for the people because I've gone through that. I've experienced that same struggle myself.
Do you think having spina bifida puts you at an unfair disadvantage for dealing with spineless politicians?
I've never heard that one before.
It's a new one.
You know, I'll say this, that there has been very little representation from the disabled population at every level of government. That's at the local, the state, and certainly at the federal. There are very few with congenital disabilities. You can imagine if you're blind or deaf, there's a communication barrier that's nearly impossible to overcome. Same with intellectual disabilities. So you're left with a small subsegment of individuals with physical disabilities. And I'm not up there to represent just the disabled population, but I do believe that my background and experience of everything that I've gone through makes me a much better legislator. And I think that's what's sorely missing in DC. And I'm ready to go up there and fight for the people of Iowa, Iowa and Iowans, because everywhere I'm going, people are hurting and they're struggling. And I've felt that struggle. I've felt that pain. And we shouldn't be living in the richest country on earth, and this unbelievable level of wealth divide that we're experiencing right now, where billionaires and, people like Elon Musk and the levels of what they're paying on their taxes and, things like Social Security, et cetera. There's a whole lot that we can do.
Josh Turek, thanks so much for your time. Good to talk to you.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck.
I appreciate it. We got to go to TurekForIowa.com. Help us out. We really do. We've got a once-in-a-generation here opportunity to change the state and change the country. And with everyone's help, we're going to be able to do something really special come November.
Thanks to Josh Turek for coming on. Dan will be back on Sunday. You're going to talk to Danielle Butterfield, who's the executive director of Priorities USA. That's the big Democratic super PAC. And I think you're going to talk to her all about how Democrats can get their message out to a lot of voters who just don't pay that close attention to politics.
Yeah, Danielle's one of the smartest strategists in our party, and they have done deep research on how swing voters, the voters we need most, are actually getting their information, and she has a lot of really interesting thoughts about how to get the message to them, and how we can begin to win the fight in the 2028 election right now.
I'm really looking forward to that conversation. Everyone check it out, and have a good weekend.
Bye, everyone.
Pod Save America is a Crooked Media production. Our show is produced by Austin Fisher, Saul Rubin, McKenna Roberts, and Farrah Safari, with Reed Cherlin, Elijah Cohn, and Adrian Hill. Our team includes Matt DeGroat, Ben Heathcote, Jordan Cantor, Charlotte Landis, David Tolles, Mia Kelman, Ryan Young, and Naomi Single. Our staff is proudly unionized with the Writers Guild of America East.
CNN has exclusive new reporting, and sources tell us the Navy is considering a new name for an aircraft carrier that it's building. Potentially President Trump's name. But wait, because there's more. Because that carrier already had a name. It was slated to honor this man, Dory Miller, a black sailor who fearlessly jumped into action during Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor. I'm talking about a war hero. Miller was a mess attendant, 3rd class in rank. It was one of the only jobs in the Navy that was open to black men. The day of the attack, December 7th, 1941, a day that will live in infamy. He had just finished serving breakfast and was gathering laundry when the explosions started. Well, Miller aided his wounding commanding officer. He took control of an anti-aircraft gun without any training. His story was so powerful that Hollywood put it on the big screen in the movie Pearl Harbor. I'm joined now by Doris Miller's great nephew, Thomas Bledsoe. Thomas, thank you so much for being here. I know you and the rest of the family were not notified about this, so tell me, how did you react when you first heard that the future USS Doris Miller might be renamed and potentially after President Trump?
So for our family, it was quite a shock to hear that was conversation about the possibility of renaming the Doris Miller carrier. And so not only was it a shock, but it was also a shock that we found out from a news outlet and probably from the Navy. And so it caused a lot of concerns and uncertainty. And so for us, it immediately became a family group conversation about what is happening, what does it mean, because in January 2020 was a big day for us when we went to the naming ceremony and got the opportunity to see what was happening and then to see Doris Miller get recognition in such a great way as we continue to fight for him to get recognition for the Congressional Medal of Honor as well.
This wasn't just any ship naming, as you've talked about. I mean, it was set to be the first aircraft carrier named for a Black American and an enlisted sailor. So what would be lost if his name is taken off this carrier?
So it has a great significance for that. One of the things about Doris Miller's story is not only about him being the hero that he was on that day at Pearl Harbor, but it was also about an individual stepping beyond the means of what they were assigned to do and going above and beyond. And that why not me moment was very significant, not only for the African American community, but for Americans overall. It's a testament to how society can put you in boxes, but then being able to step outside that and have great moments is such significance. And even more so, when I got an opportunity to hear my great-grandfather Connery talk about his son, it wasn't just that Doris was a hero, it was that he was a son to someone, a brother to someone, and the significance of what African Americans were going through at that time really played out through history and really showed one of the first steps into civil rights, one of the first steps into African Americans being seen outside of what society had placed on them. And so this isn't just about a name on a ship, it's about an opportunity and a goal. It's about a significance in what it means to be an American. And it's also about how we as a community can grow as one and become one towards one goal as a nation is so important.
The phrase, why not me, resonates so deeply for so many people, and to hear his story and the impact on our entire country, and dare I say, the world. Thomas, we are hearing the Navy is also considering naming another warship for your great uncle and recommending him for the Medal of Honor, something your family, as you have said, has fought for years. Would that somehow compensate if his name is truly taken off this aircraft carrier? Or is this not the either or?
One, it is an honor for him to be continued to be spoken of in consideration for Congressional Medal of Honor. That is something that my great-grandmother, Henrietta, constantly worked for, and it's been passed on generations to make sure we can see that one day come true. But even if they take his name and rename another ship, it is also about timing. So we're looking at my mother, my uncles, which is our Doris's nieces and nephews that are in their 70s, and them being able to have the opportunity to see this go to fruition is so important. So naming another ship, although it's a great honor, we're talking about timing of another generation that may miss the opportunity to see something go to the final end.
If the president, Secretary Hegseth, or the Navy Secretary were watching right now, what would you tell them?
What I would say is Doris Miller stands for so much about America and who we are today. And as they're contemplating or maybe contemplating changing the name, to take a moment and realize the significance of what the name is and the significance of what it truly inspires and impacts this nation today, and the importance of timing. And so, although I understand that these decisions are made well above in many different levels, I would really want someone to take the time to realize the true impact of changing the name and what it would do to society, and also young girls and young boys that look up to Doris Miller and his story and who they want to aspire to be one day and going above and beyond.
Doris Miller, so significant. Thomas Bledsoe, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So powerful. Joining me now, retired Navy Senior Chief Petty Officer Malcolm Nance. He's also a New York Times best-selling author and host of the Black Man Spy podcast on Substack. Good to see you again. It's been a long time, Malcolm. Chief, you served in the Navy for 20 years. And I understand that Miller's story in particular has meant so much to your family. How do you feel hearing they may scrap the plan for now?
You know, my father, who served in the Navy in World War II, was 15 when he ran away from home in Georgia and joined the Navy. He lied about his age. And that was in 1944. Dory Miller was already an icon in that community. He inspired thousands upon thousands of young men to see what the ultimate sacrifice for America was. And it wasn't just what happened to him on December 7th, 1941. It was December 7th, 1943, when he lost his life on the USS Liscum Bay after a Japanese torpedoing. What Dory Miller represents here, and I'm speaking as a chief, okay? And my job as a chief is to, one, maintain the dignity and the honor of the deck plate sailors and to help recalibrate the officers above me. And when I say this honor was not just because he was an enlisted man or a Black man who won the Navy Cross. It was the honor of the 643 other men who died with him that day. World War II, when my dad was out there serving in the Pacific, men were dying by the hundreds. This was the first capital warship named for an enlisted man, named for a person who won the Navy Cross. And the Navy Cross automatically gets you a Medal of Honor review, which was not granted to him. But it symbolizes the moment of every one of our Navy sailors, men and women, for that one moment that encapsulates honor, courage, commitment.
And yet, we are hearing from sources saying that there were internal conversations about renaming the ship, not after one of the other men on that same ship, but after President Trump. Now, it would be unprecedented to name an aircraft carrier after a sitting president. So why even consider this? And what is your reaction to that consideration?
You know, Navy carriers and other capital warships, yeah, they've been named after people, presidents who have generally served in the armed forces. John F. Kennedy, to name one, right, who was a PT boat commander in the Pacific. But this is about taking something, a tradition the Navy took decades to do, and to strip it away, to take our own honor away from the sailors who were preparing to build this vessel up from the keel up and turn it into a symbol, not just of American power, of America's strength in every person who gave their life there. He would be disgracing every man, woman who died in naval service. And let me say something. I have one thing I would like to say.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the Chief of Naval Operations, the Secretary of the Navy, and especially you, Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy. There are times in your career where you have to drop your anchors. This is one of those times. You stand up for our honor. Meet your commitment and have the courage to say, this vessel needs to maintain its tradition. We've never done this before, to strip that away from the enlisted men and women and the honor of the diversity that is our strength. And the president should be man enough to understand that this isn't about him. This is about those other men and women who died on the Liscum Bay that day 2 years after Pearl Harbor. Dorian Miller just represents them all.
Under Pete Hegseth's leadership, we could see an unprecedented change to who is honored by our nation's military. Navy leadership is reportedly working to rename a new aircraft carrier that's under construction. And instead of honoring a heroic sailor, as was planned, they would name it instead for President Trump. That is according to 3 sources familiar with internal discussions who talked to CNN. NBC News has also confirmed the story. We should note the Navy directed CNN's questions to the Defense Department, which said it had nothing to announce at this time. But as we absorb this news, which would give an unprecedented honor to a sitting president, we also wanted to talk about Doris Miller, the man the ship is supposed to be named for. Doris Dory Miller was born in Waco, Texas, and enlisted in the U.S. Navy in 1939. The son of sharecroppers, played a key role defending U.S. forces during Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. On that day, according to the National Museum of the Pacific War, Miller was retrieving laundry when bombs began falling. He was a mess attendant, 3rd class, one of the few roles open to black men in the Navy at that time. Miller, quote, arrived on deck where he encountered his mortally wounded commanding officer and carried him to safety. He proceeded to one of the machine guns, and although black sailors never received training on the anti-aircraft guns, he opened fire on the Japanese planes overhead. After the gun ran out of ammunition, Miller assisted in evacuating sailors after the order to abandon ship and was one of the last 3 men to leave the vessel as it sank. Even after leaving the ship, he helped numerous sailors to safety. Miller was the first black service member to receive the Navy Cross, the Navy's 2nd highest honor. The USS Doris Miller would be the first aircraft carrier named after a black and an enlisted sailor. But now, the same defense secretary who's reportedly blocked the promotions of numerous black and female officers may take that incredible honor away in order to honor a president who never served in our military. With us now, Basil Smikle, a Columbia University professor, Democratic strategist, and MS Now political analyst, and retired Rear Admiral John Kirby. He is a former White House National Security Communications Advisor and an MS Now national security analyst. Basil, what does it say that this is even being considered?
It is a disgusting, despicable chapter in our country where you have a president and a party, honestly, that is trying to redefine what it means to be a citizen and a patriot in this nation. As you correctly said, that as an African-American sailor, there were very few jobs available to him. In fact, most African-American sailors were given service-oriented jobs, not leadership positions. But he showed leadership in that moment and was awarded a Navy Cross, if I remember correctly, for that. And if I read this right, this distinction was granted during the first Trump administration. So why now? Why the change?
Talking
well,
to no
seems clear
one.
To me that again the president is
no
leaning
one's
into
even here.
redefining what
It's
it means
just
to be
me
a
all by
citizen and
myself.
patriot in this country, and you see a lot of the language
Having a
that
side
addresses that
conversation.
particular issue. That people who protest this nation, people of color,
Oh, why is this still open?
aren't
Get out of here.
really Americans. But that act in and of itself, and just the service
No,
in and of
no,
itself,
no,
is
get outta
an
here.
extraordinary definition of what it is
No.
to be patriotic, to love this country, and it's also
Okay.
part and parcel to
Anyway.
the larger erasure of people of color from,
If anyone's
from
still
the
there,
history of this country.
give me a 1 in the
we know
chat.
Pete Hegseth's history with
I see
blocking black
there's
female
2
candidates
people.
from
It's me and
promotion
myself.
lists.
I'm an idiot.
How much sway does the defense secretary have on the naming an aircraft carrier? Because there was both the honor that is being taken away, and there is the other piece of this, which is the desire to bestow that honor upon the sitting president.
The Secretary of Defense has enormous sway over the decisions of the service secretaries on a lot of things, and this is one of them. Now, the way it works, the convention is that the Secretary of the Navy is the one who
Either
decides
I need to clean my chair
what ships are going to be named or renamed, and the Secretary of the
or
Navy
my
has
underwear.
pretty much carte blanche. But of course, in
I
any
farted.
White House and any
And
administration,
then after I got
they're
up,
gonna
it
make
smells
sure
like
that
fart,
Secretary of
like
Defense
30 minutes, from 30 minutes
is
ago.
plugged in and supportive of that. So Mr. Hegseth has a lot of sway here. Look, I taught naval history at the U.S. Naval Academy a long, long time ago, back when I was just a youngster.
Long
and you
time
can't
ago.
teach naval history to Naval Academy midshipmen without talking about Pearl Harbor, and you can't talk about Pearl Harbor without talking about Dory Miller and what he did that day, an incredible hero. Now, they're talking about maybe renaming another ship for him. I hope that they do that.
Yeah, but
because
dude, you don't
this is a man who
understand.
deserves
Look at
to
it from
have a
Trump's
US
point of
Navy
view.
ship sailing under the
He's
American
black.
flag in his name. I agree that this is really more, in my view, about a vanity project for Donald Trump and making sure that he gets his name on yet another big thing than it is anything else. But it does send a very chilling message, I believe, and I agree.
No, it was muted.
To African Americans in
plus, like,
particular in the Navy and
I
in the
have-
military
there's
about
a-
their
there's
value.
a setting
I
on the
think there's another
microphone. It's,
component here,
called
Alicia, and that is
gain.
that Mr. Hegseth
Or
has
no,
been
it's
on
called
this culture war inside the Pentagon,
noise gate.
diminishing the role of
Uh,
female leaders, diminishing the role of minorities,
it's
talking
able
about
to
American
detect
standards when in
the
fact American
wavelength
standards has
of
never really
voices
changed.
from farther
And I
away.
do think that this will
So,
send
like,
a message
even
to
when
African
Aziz is over
Americans
there
and people
yelling,
of
it
color in
won't
the
pick it
military
up.
that their service is
Like,
maybe
my mouth
not,
has to be, like, right
as
here in
important
order for
as
anyone to hear
history
anything.
would
But it
record
was
that
muted
it actually
anyway.
has been.
Amazing that this is the conversation that we are having about where time and attention is at the Pentagon while we have the president's war of choice raging with Iran. John Kirby, thank you so much for your time. Basil, I'm going to ask you to stay with me.
Oh, okay. Good job, MS Now. Awesome. For reminding us that. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Another reminder. Here's what.
We told you a lot about
Here's
what Donald
Fox
Trump
News'
wants
opinion.
in Washington. Here's something he
Oh, wait,
might
no, it's
want
not. Never
outside
mind.
of it. The U.S.
Just
Navy
kidding.
is reconsidering, or is considering renaming, a new aircraft carrier.
Oh, well,
after
I mean, they're going to
President
give
Trump, an unprecedented move considering a carrier has never been named after.
they're going to give a good rendition of Fox's
A sitting
position.
president. To do it, they're going to have to scrap the original plan, which was to name it after a black war hero, Doris Miller. Joining us, MS Now Pentagon reporter Priya Sridhar. Tell us more.
Hey, Katie. So Doris Miller, I just want you guys to understand this, was a junior enlisted black sailor who was a cook because back in the 1940s, black sailors were only allowed to be cooks. And on December 7th, 1941, when the Japanese dropped bombs on Pearl Harbor, Doris Miller ran towards the danger, carried his wounded sailors to safety, and then got on a machine gun despite having no training and shot down at least 2 enemy aircraft until he ran out of ammunition. He was later killed in action in 1943. This was going to be the first time an aircraft carrier was ever named, not just after an African American, but after a junior enlisted service member. And I can tell you, Kitty, that people in the Navy and people in the military as a whole are completely outraged by this decision. He was the first African American to be awarded a Navy Cross, and President Trump is apparently saying that he might consider giving him the Medal of Honor and naming a different warship after Doris Miller. But to try to erase
Trump has to
this
have the
sort of
carrier.
history is just very sad, but also not completely surprising because this administration has consistently tried to do that with any contributions by women of people or people of color in the military, removing their contributions from websites, renaming military bases back to their Confederate associations. And we've seen Secretary Hegseth do this once before, trying to get rid of the naming a warship after Harvey Milk, who was a Navy veteran and also a gay rights activist. So just another really sad decision for honoring the legacy of service members of color, Katie.
There is a consistent pattern.
Stupid
You are right
cats.
about that, Priya. Thank you very much. What a story about Doris Miller.
Well, we wanted to bring you an update in a race that we've been tracking for more than a year. So we're joined once again by Aaron Baker, who actually decided to primary Randy Fine more than a year ago from the right. Aaron, welcome back. Appreciate you for being here.
Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me back.
Yeah, this was such an interesting race, and Ryan and I interviewed you about a year ago now, just about your decision to get into this race, because there was something very interesting happening on the right, and Florida became a place where not even just your district, but Florida, the entire state, during this primary cycle became a place where some of this was getting hashed out in some responsible ways and some irresponsible ways. So let's start with your race, because I think you ended up at 13.5% in the race between Randy Fine and Dan Bilzerian. It turned into a little bit of a circus, Aaron. So just catch us up, remind viewers why you decided to primary Randy Fine from the right when you launched. The Iran war had not yet happened, so that was a major update. But what were you thinking when you got into the race, and what was it like running as a Republican against Randy Fine?
Well, I mean, I got into the race because I thought he was a genocidal maniac that needed to be taken out of our government, and I still believe that. And that's not going to change. I mean, you don't change the spots on a leopard. He is who he is, and his personality is not going to change. I didn't think it was a fit for this congressional district. However, the voters thought otherwise.
And how did that change once Bilzerian got into the race? What was, and you had been running for a while by the time he got into the race, and you were making this case against Randy Fine's foreign policy in a fairly reasonable way. Bilzerian gets into the race. What happened?
Yeah, so if we go back in history a little bit, so I filed my paperwork in April, right after Fine won the special election. Dan called me back in December of last year, and we spoke for a good long while, and he said, after the first of the year, let's catch up, and I'll be more than happy to see what I can do to help you. And that was what I thought was going to be the plan going forward. And then we were never able to reconnect, and then I get a call in late March or maybe mid-March, and Dan says, well, you didn't raise enough money. And I wanted to say, well, no, duh, you didn't help me. Like you said you were going to. He said, so I'm going to run myself. And I thought, okay, well, you need to get on a plane and you need to get your butt here right now. And at that point, I even offered, okay, if you're serious about this, I'll take you around. I know every square inch of this district. I'll take you to every place that you need to go. If he had wanted to run a serious campaign, clean up your look a little bit, get a haircut, look like you did back in 2013 when you were a movie extra, maybe, okay, you stand a chance. And you've got to realize who your electorate is. The average Republican voter in this congressional district is 51 years old. So you've really got to tone down what you're saying. You can say, I don't want defensive, or, I don't want offensive weapons, and I don't want any financial aid to Israel, but you can't say that I will take up arms and start exterminating Israelis. You're not going to win a congressional race like that, no matter how much money you have. So, he came in like a bull in a china shop and thought he didn't need to listen to anyone. No campaign events until the last day of early voting, which was last Saturday, and he shows up to a fishback event, and 30, 40, 50 people there, and stands around and hands out free tacos for half an hour, and then disappears. At least on election day, show up somewhere. I mean, on election day, I was at 8 different polling locations, still trying to get voters, talking to voters, and because I believed, based on what we had experienced door knocking, and we knocked on about 30,000 doors.
Wow.
My campaign, and we had a very positive response. I mean, there was a very anti-Fine sentiment out there. It's just a matter of, who has the most money, who sends out the most palm cards or most postcards in the mailboxes, and who, puts out the most television ads. And that seems to be what people listen to. They're, they don't remember, oh, hey, I met this Aaron guy, 3 months ago when he came and knocked on my door. They remember, the postcard that they got yesterday, or the TV commercial that they saw this morning on Fox News. So, I would tell anyone that wants to go up against an incumbent, you better have at least $3 million in the bank in order to make a serious run at it. But it also needs to be a consolidated effort. You don't need 5 people in the race like we had. You need to be able to get behind that one candidate and say, okay, this is our candidate, and this is our path going forward, and we're going to attack airwaves, we're going to attack mailboxes, we're going to knock on doors for one specific candidate. When you start to split the vote, then it muddies everything up, and people are like, well, I don't know if I should vote for Dan or if I should vote for Aaron. Well, let me just go with what I know. Let me just vote for Randy, bang, bang, bang. And so, then you get the results that we had.
So, Aaron, I do really respect you for taking a stand against Randy Fine's genocidal rhetoric, his Islamophobia. But with Dan Balzerian, it seems like the opposite side of the field. I'm reading a tweet from just July 28th that says, "Jews are the problem. Everyone's fear of saying it out loud is what allows it to continue." So when you say that, oh, he just needed a haircut, he needed to look a little bit more like the Hollywood extra, was that really the main issue? Or was this race decided between a candidate that hates Muslims and a candidate that seems to hate Jews?
Well, and that's the whole point. You know, I mean, he needed to, if he were going to get in this race, he needed to not say any of that stupid stuff that he says. But you know, he just can't help himself. So if you can't help yourself, then you need to get behind one consolidated candidate, which ideally, you know, would have been me because I ran against Fine before. So, I mean, it made sense.
Yeah.
What did you make of sort of, you're talking about like the mailers that are going out, advertisements, what did you make of sort of the media ecosystem? What was Randy Fine talking about? What was his campaign running on? And how big of a role do you think that the Iran war and the subsequent inflation and cost of living as a result of that, and Israel in general, how big of a role did that play in this election?
It didn't play any role at all. I mean, people, at the end of the day, people didn't seem to care. I mean, you have 20 or 30% of the electorate that care about affordability, which is what we talked about nonstop, or what I talked about nonstop. So, you know, I mean, there was 43% of the electorate that wanted an alternative, but, you know, 43% of the electorate is not enough, and it needs to be, like I said, it needs to be a consolidated effort. And Randy Fine plays the victim card the entire time. If you look back to, you know, the picture that he posted of someone had vandalized one of the signs, spray painted a swastika on it. And the day after that news story came out, I called the supervisor of elections in Flagler County and I said, where did this picture come from? This picture cannot exist, because I was the one that found the campaign sign. And I was the one that went and got an election official to take the campaign sign down. And so then I was talking to one of the reporters at the Daytona Beach News Journal, which he followed up with the supervisor of elections. Well, it turns out they put the sign back in the ground in order to take a picture to send to Randy Fine.
Jeez.
So, I mean, you know, he's victim 101. Oh, you know, look at me, poor me, poor me. Look at what they're doing to my campaign signs, and it's staged.
Oh
It's
my
completely
gosh.
That is incredible. What is appealing in any way, shape, or form about Randy Fine in this district? I mean, how can a guy like this win an election?
Right.
You got me beat on that one.
Is it Trump? Is it the Trump endorsement?
Yeah, was it Trump?
Just the Trump endorsement. I mean, Trump won this district by 30 points. So, you know, Randy Fine has underperformed Trump at every single stage. You know, I other than Trump, that's what his signs say. Trump endorsed, Trump endorsed, Trump endorsed, Trump endorsed, Fine for Congress. And that's how he opens every, you know, every speech that he gives. And, you know, he has absolutely zero respect for the people here, which I had a lot of help
Cutting into my
behind
game
the
time.
scenes from elected officials. But
Unacceptable.
the elected officials didn't want to come out and say, oh, Aaron, you know, we'll support you publicly. They're like, we can't stand this guy just because of the way he acts. You know, he walks into the building in Flagler County and, you know, snubs his nose at all of the county commissioners, and they're like, well, why are we supporting this guy? You know, we'll be more than happy to help you behind the scenes, but no one wants to come out publicly for fear of retribution. And I get it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. And I guess let's say hypothetically, wave a magic wand, you had $3 to $5 million running against Randy Fine, and your argument that you were making was amplified, and you had the money to go make this argument to more voters, have the conversation on more TV ads and mailers and that sort of thing. Can you just take us into what those conversations were like? Because you mentioned there is an anti-Fine sentiment, but I'm also just curious, as someone from the right, saying we shouldn't be talking like this, we shouldn't be thinking like this, we shouldn't continue to send all of this aid. Did you find receptive audiences when you're having those conversations in person? Like, we're Republican voters. And I imagine because you got 13.5% of the vote, some people were like, hell yeah, getting behind you. This is insane. What was that undercurrent like? How were people thinking about this on the right?
I mean, when I would talk to, when I would speak to an audience, 9 times out of 10, they would say, Aaron, we're behind you 100%. We agree with everything you're saying, that, the affordability is a major issue. We agree that Social Security has to be fixed in the next Congress. And these are things that Randy Fine's not talking about. He's talking about, I'm Trump endorsed, I'm Trump endorsed, I'm Trump endorsed. Well, good luck after Trump's not here anymore. I have no idea what he's going to do.
And what about on Israel?
It was really kind of a non-issue, and I think from Dan's perspective, it turned off more voters than it helped with him. If he had simply stuck to a message about, kind of down the middle about affordability, and addressed it in a point of foreign aid, and helping seniors with Medicare cost and making sure that seniors get a cost of living increase every year, that would have been a much more receptive message, because that's what I was saying, and basically he got about 4% more than me with millions of dollars that he spent. So I was able to do the same thing, trying to run not far right, not extreme far other right, but kind of down the center. So to your point, I think that if I had $5 million, it would have been a very easy race.
So, Aaron, you mentioned a little bit of the circus of Dan Bilzerian showing up to a James Fishback campaign event, and I wanted your reaction to that as well. Now, of course, James Fishback is known as the Groyper candidate. He goes around talking to young men about goy slop. He was referring to his black opponent as Byron, and he was going around attacking OnlyFans creators, saying that he was going to tax them and give money to teachers. He had what felt like an organic youth movement on the ground. He drew a lot of crowds, but pulling up some of the results here, he got 3rd place. He got about 10.5% of the vote, coming in 3rd behind Jay Collins and Byron Donalds, who actually won. What is your reaction to those results? Like, what does that tell you about the Florida electorate?
I did a lot of different events with James. Before James announced, the two of us sat down together at a Starbucks and talked about his candidacy and my candidacy. And at that time, I was supporting Jay Collins, and I told him I was supporting Jay Collins. And well, if anything changes, keep me in mind, and that's kind of where we left it. And then Jay Collins came out with this nonsense about you can't say this and you can't say this, and some of his kind of factual things behind the scenes about. He has 2 kids. Well, he actually has 3. Some of those things didn't set well with me. So it was a very easy transition for me to then support James. However, in about April or May, I saw that it was going to need to be a consolidated effort against Byron. And I was with Paul Renner at an event in St. Augustine.
You didn't explain why you thought it was okay
why not ask Paul?
to endorse a freaking
consolidated effort, and no one would put on their big boy pants and take one for the team at that point. They all thought, well, we're just going to run our campaign, and it didn't work. The only way to defeat Byron
357
$100 million or $200 million,
call it a night here in a few minutes
he has
this
in the bank now,
myself.
It needed to be a
I'm telling
consolidated
myself because I'm the
effort,
only one
and
watching.
It wasn't happening.
outside the consolidation, though, isn't there a moral character question to these candidates? I mean, he's being blatantly racist, he's saying things like goy slop. I mean, he did have a stance about that was anti-Israel that, connected to the youth, but did you not have any
based
moral
in
character concerns about
anti-Semitism.
either of these guys?
Not really. I mean, I think that James's heart was in it for the right reasons, and I think certainly Paul Renner's heart was in it for the right reasons.
And this is the
Jake
Republican
Collins,
Party.
to a certain extent, his heart was in it for the right reasons, but they needed to all sit down in the room and figure out, okay, I'm going to be governor and I'm going to be lieutenant
Figure
governor
out
and I'm going
what?
to have this role in the administration. So
No
a lot
issues
of
with
that
their blatant
rhetoric
racism.
that happens in campaigns is just that, and it happens in every campaign. Now, I mean, is some a little more extreme than others? Yeah, but at the same time, I think it shows that Byron's going to have a little bit of a tough time in the general election. I mean, most of the polls right now have him and Jolly virtually tied in a state that
Oh my
Governor
God.
DeSantis won by 20 points. So we're going to see how all that plays out.
I suppose just following up on the Fishback point, I see him, he's not Dan Bilzerian, certainly. And I've actually known him. I talked about this on the show earlier this week for a long time and saw basically a total personality transplant, which I found very odd. I've known him for probably 5 years. And as soon as he got into the race, he started, to Griffin's point, talking about Goy Slop and Byron and all of those different things. And I guess I sort of see what you're saying about taking down Byron Donalds, who's not the ideal candidate for conservatives to represent Florida, no question about it. But I guess then it's at what cost do you try to defeat Byron Donalds and beat, potentially David Jolly? Is it worth, from my perspective, the answer would be no, stoking racial resentments and using terms like goy slop. How did you think about that, Aaron?
Well, it was
I didn't.
I guess your point would be it's almost a toned down version of Dan, where Dan came in like a wrecking ball, and James came in to try to appeal to some of that, over 35 crowd, if you will. At what point is the argument worth it, or is the
It's worth it at every point, you jackass.
worth it? That's the $1 million question. I mean, our race between me, Dan, and Randy certainly turned very ugly at the end, and that's not something that I'm going to participate in. I'm not going to say anything that's not true. I'll call you out for saying stupid stuff, and I certainly called Dan out for
Not
posting the
for
wrong
saying
early
stupid stuff, for
voting
being
dates and
anti-Semitic.
just doing stupid stuff and not doing any campaign events or scheduling campaign events outside the district. But I think James tried to craft a message that could possibly appeal to the over 35 crowd, but just really didn't that
Ask
much.
the question, why did you
some people would see
endorse
that as sneaky,
someone who's blatantly
trying to
anti-Semitic?
sneak in bigotry. Did you have those concerns?
I just kind of rolled with the punches, and most of the time, there were certain things that James said along the way, and I would be sitting in the room, and he was certainly playing to the audience. If you, for example, we were in Tampa, and there were
Okay.
the seating
No, that's
capacity.
enough. No, he's not going to answer. That's enough of that. Well, that's it for me. I leave you. All one of you. Me. What are you doing? Whatever, cat. Get chased. I don't care. You're on your own now. Why? Ugh. Why did it log me out? Here we go. Good night, folks.
Fight.